Xer. Hey Xer. Hey Xer.
I rest on the 7th day, it surely isn't Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path, step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malakim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appease in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping the Shabbats. Don't fall the ways to eat them, by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yes, I spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity can't be any same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Hugged up with these nations, white bodied like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Ain't no new ways, doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when you Kadasha you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first, yeah. Whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy. It's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham, Yahuwah. Baruch atah, King Yahusha.
Trust the Most High, Yahuwah.
Hey, Yexer.
The Lamb of Elu, I am Yahudi. Nothing is all can do to me. Yahusha, you're my king. Yahusha, all the great. Yahusha, I saw my team.
Hey, Yexer.
Hey, the beat goes on and on and on and on. The beat goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, the beat goes on and on and on and on. Beat goes on and on and on and on. Hey, the beat goes on and on and on and on. The beat goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, the beat goes on and on and on and on. Beat goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, we all going through it. Yeah, the struggle is real. Babylon gon' fall. She in trouble for real. The great harlot being judged and she knows what's the deal. And she feeds on Negro blood and she lives just to kill. How many times will these presidents play in our faces? How many times is it proven that this country is racist? When the police pull me over, man, I don't feel the safest. I'm returning to the covenant, the way of the ancients. Keep the laws and commandments, yeah, it's back to the basics. The good news of Yahusha, yeah, we make it pervasive. I reject Babylon and I don't claim a culture. She is surely dying out, the nation swarming like vultures. How much longer, my Alua? Tell me how much longer? I'm tired of this harlot, every day feels like torture. It's true what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. America's not my home, I'm just a stranger and foreigner. Tell me how much longer? Father, how much longer? It's true what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Become a new creature, shed the flesh of the former. America's not my home, I'm just a stranger and foreigner. Yeah, hey, the beat goes on and on and on and on. The beat goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, the beat goes on and on and on and on. Beat goes on and on and on and on. Hey, the beat goes on and on and on and on. The beat goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, the beat goes on and on and on and on. Beat goes on and on and on and on. I'm so tired of America, for real. The spiritual warfare has been unrelenting. But what's written about this nation will be fulfilled. And I do not believe his people Yasharal and those who have been grafted in have much longer to wait. We are seeing the fall of Babylon before our very eyes. And she isn't going to fall without a fight. but we must always remember who is fighting for us. That is Yahuwah, our Eluah, and he always prevails. The second Exodus is coming, and I declare and decree destruction upon this nation and all the lands by which his children have been scattered. Father, I call for insufferable, irreparable wrath upon her and the nations who have drunk of her wine and have taken crafty counsel against your hidden ones. No matter how hard it gets, I trust you, Yahuwah, with every fiber of my being, and I know you are with me. Come what may, I walk in your word, because the beat goes on and on and on.
Hey, Yaxter.
They said that the Messiah was nothing but a friend of sinners, prostitutes. If he was on the earth today, they would call him a thug. They would call him a nigger. Because that's who he came from amongst. He rose from out of the ghettos of Nazareth. But listen to what happened to the Messiah. Because John chapter 19 verse 30, when he was getting lynched, it says, when the Messiah therefore had received the vinegar, he said, it is finished. And he bowed his head and gave up the ghost. So even the Messiah, the King of Kings, died like a nigger.
Hey, Yaxter.
Yeah. Yahuwah undefeated, yeah, he sits high above. He called us chosen, but we call ourselves niggas and thugs. A reproach and a byword nation show us no love. And these heathens call us criminals, but we really Jacob. Prophecy coming to pass, dry bones waking up. Psalms 23, Father, please fill up my cup. Pour out the ruach of wisdom, fill your children all up. We got Stockholm syndrome, slave master all in our blood. And Yahushua HaMashiach, he the realest on earth. And the ruach of Yahuwah, it brought forward his birth. And the truth being offered, you don't want it, it hurts. Because he looks like the people who you treated the worst. He will smite our oppressors with a sword in his mouth. And no wonder the truth got you wrestling with doubt. Another innocent black man mocked, beaten, and lynched. In America, the police would do the same in a pinch.
The Messiah was looked upon as a nigger of niggers. They even called him the King of the Hebrews. They didn't mean that in a flattering way. They was called, when they lynched him, they put the sign up that said King of the Hebrews. Basically, they was calling him the nigger of all niggers is what they was calling him. Lynched, hung, just like so many other of our people. If he was on the earth today, they would call him a thug. They would call him a nigger.
Yeah. Yahuwah undefeated, yeah, he sits high above. He called us chosen, but we call ourselves niggas and thugs. A reproach and a byword nation show us no love. And these heathens call us criminals, but we really Jacob. Prophecy coming to pass, dry bones waking up. Psalms 23, Father, please fill up my cup. Pour out the ruach of wisdom, fill your children all up. We got Stockholm syndrome, slave master all in our blood. Yahushua the Messiah, he was sent to his sheep. And these European Christians aim to keep you asleep. White supremacy is made, this deception run deep. Yeah, they whitewash Messiah to keep you below and beneath. Black man, black woman, truly made in his image. Satan used the Caucasian just to make his own image. So he gave you white Jesus and presented his thesis. And it doesn't take a genius to see the lies that he teaches.
The same ones who they call niggers, and they celebrate our death. They celebrate us laying in the street bleeding with bullet holes. The same ones they celebrated. Just like in Revelation, it talks about the two witnesses lay dead in the street, and nobody cared about their death. But instead, they celebrated the death. Just like they say every day somewhere in America, a Negro is killing another Negro. Well, we need to destroy and slaughter our own lower self and wicked self. Like the Messiah said, if your right eye causes you to sin, cut it out. Not saying we do that actually or physically. It means we maintain dominance over those things that are trying to urge us to sin against the Most High. I got to meditate on the laws and commands of Torah every day, because meditating on those laws, it defeats the nigga in me because it forces me to think like royalty.
Hey, youngsters.
Ready to go, hit the like button for show. Yeah, you already know. Dun 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 dun.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. I hope you guys are all well, giving all praise, all esteem, all honor to the Eluah of all creation, our Father, Yahuwah, and also giving all esteem to his son, Yahushua HaMashiach, the Lamb slain before the foundation of the world, that we could be restored back to our Father. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Family, it is so good to be here with you guys again on this beautiful Shabbat day. All praises go to Yahuwah. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Can I please, before we jump into this, can I get all praises to the Most High Yahuwah in the chat? Okay, it is just a time of just praising, esteeming his name, for he is worthy. There is no one like our Eluah, and he is just worthy of all praise, right? All praises to Yahuwah. So let me get my shout outs before we jump into this. Kathy is here. Shabbat shalom, sis. Good to see you. Aki Zakar Yahu is in the building. Shabbat shalom, fam. Akila is here. Shabbat shalom, sister. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. We've got our beloved moderator, Yummy, in the building. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Good to see you, sis. We've got our Aki Frank Abereg in the building. Oh, we all praises to the Most High Yahuwah forever. Akan Aki, all praises, so be it. Nava, Ruth, Badia Yasharal is here. All praises to the Most High. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom to you, beloved sister. We have Tawanda in the building. Hey, Shabbat shalom, sis. All praises to Yahuwah, always. Dark Kid is in the building. Shabbat shalom, Aki. Good to see you. Let's see. Amiya Yaki Yada, another one of our beloved moderators. Yada Yahuwah. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. We have our beloved sister Jeannie in the building. All praises to the Most High. Good to see you, sis. Shabbat shalom to you. We have Tracy Gant. All praises to the Most High. Shabbat shalom. Good to see you. We've got our Aki B Smur in the building. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Akan, all praises to Yahuwah. Tasha is here, another one of our beloved moderators. Shabbat shalom to you, beloved sister. Idya Maccabee Jones is in the building. Hey, sis, good to see you. Shabbat Shalom. All praises to Yahuwah. We've got our beloved sister, Queen Raya Yasharah. All praises. Rumamu Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Good to see you, sis. Yahudi Blue is here. Shabbat Shalom, sis. All praises to Yahuwah. Tiffany Estella's here. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. We've got our beloved moderator, Kiara Ewing, is in the building. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Good to see you. We've got Abigail in the building. Shabbat Shalom. Good to see you, sis. Lele is here. Shabbat Shalom, beloved sister. Good to see you. Another one of our moderators. Shout out to her. We've got M. Williams. All praise to everyone and to the Most High today. Shalom, shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom to you. Let's see. I need to make sure I ain't missing nobody. Carolyn is here. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Let's see. Just make sure I ain't missing nobody. I be feeling so bad, bro. I feel like I don't left people out. Let's see. Like, Yexer, why you didn't shout me out? You know what I'm saying? Okay, I think I got mostly everybody. Phil La Yahoo is in the building. Shabbat Shalom, Aki. Good to see you. Let's see. I think that's pretty much everybody. Okay. All right. And I'll give out more shout outs as we continue. Jason Fisher is in the building. Shabbat Shalom, Aki. Good to see you. Let's see. Lyric is here. Hey, sis. Shabbat Shalom. All praises to Yahuwah. Good to see you. Okay, fam. Now, before we jump into this, I want everybody to please keep our Aki, Phil La Yahuwah, one of our moderators, in prayer. He said that he has been dealing with a recent loss that he's dealing with in his family, and that's why he has not been present with us in the stream. So let's just be sure to keep and uplift our Aki in prayer. Shabbat Shalom, joy day forever. Good to see you, sis. Let's be sure to keep our Aki in prayer. He's dealing with the loss right now, and that's why he told us in the chat. That's why he hasn't been present with us, as of late. This is the message. He says, Shabbat Shalom, Mashpakan, Aki, Yexer. Sorry, I've been dealing with the loss of my mother, so I've been off from social media for a while. That's okay, Aki. We are going to keep you in prayer. May you be encouraged in this time of bereavement. May the Most High Yahuwah bring about his ruach of mercy and favor to remind you that you are not alone in this. You know what I'm saying? I'm praying for all our people. I'm praying for you, Aki. I will lift up your name before the throne of the Most High, that he may bring you the strength and the encouragement in this time. All right? You're very, very loved, Aki. Don't forget that, okay? I love you very much, Ak, all right? We're keeping you in Pulal for sure. I offer my condolences, and all of us in the chat, we do as well, and we are with you, okay? And feel free to reach out to me if you need to, Aki, all right? All right, so you know what? Because of what we're talking about today, I feel like it would be wrong for me not to start with Pulal, Yahuwah's Pulal. Because when it comes to these controversial topics we discuss on here, every time I come into the stream and I don't do the prayer, you know what I'm saying? It just causes issues. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to pray real quick. We'll do Yahuwah's Pulal in the Abari tongue, and then we'll do it in English, and then we'll jump into this, okay? So let's do this real quick. Heads bowed. Abinu, Bashamayim, Yakadashamka, Malakuska Bua, Yarauka, Alaraskan, Bashamayim, Nathan Lanu Hayum At, Lakam Bahasarak, Usala Lanu, Lakatenu, Lanu Salakatam, Lakatekam, Kara Lanu, Aparat Lanu Lata'a, Abu Uyasha Lanu, Marasha, La Malakuska Shalat, Haka Uhakabar, Bahasham, Akal Shamut, Yaua, Uyahusha. Aman. Our Father in heaven, separated is your name, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth, so it is in heaven. Give or distribute this day. Forgive us our crimes as we forget those who commit crimes against us. Lead us not astray, but rescue us from all evil doing. For your kingdom reigns, power and esteem, in the name above all names, Yahuwah and Yahusha. Amen. And Father, we want to also extend a prayer to Aki, Phil La Yahu. This is one of your children, Father. I pray that in this time of bereavement that he is dealing with, Father, I pray that your ruach will abide with him, Father. I pray that your protective wings cover him, Father. I pray that he is able to find encouragement in this time of loss. Father, may he be strengthened. Father, may he stand strong in your promises. Father, may he continue to call upon your name, Yahuwah, and our Redeemer, Yahushua HaMashiach. Father, in this time where our people feel alone and they feel grieved, Father, I pray that you will continue to reveal yourself to your children, Father, that they may be encouraged in these times. We are in the end times, Father, and there's so much going on. But Father, we pray for protection. Let the redeemed of Yahuwah say so. Amen. All praises to Yahuwah. All right. So let's jump into this. So we're continuing this study. We did it last Shabbat, and this will be like the second episode. We're gonna just talk a little bit. We're gonna look at, in the first episode we looked a little bit more closer at these curses in Devarim or Deuteronomy 28. And this is the second episode. The third episode, we're gonna look at some of those fulfillments of those curses that were throughout scripture that we can see, such as the Babylonian captivity, Syrian captivity, Maccabean revolt. We'll talk also about the Spanish Inquisition, the Yahudim who fled into Spain and Portugal, who were expelled in 1492 by the Europeans. So we'll look at all that as we continue this study, okay? All right, so first, I got some videos pulled up here. All right, we're going to start with, let me pull up this presentation real quick for you guys. We'll jump into this study. All right. So a closer look at the curses of Devarim or Deuteronomy 28. And this is episode number 2. All right. So let's jump into this. Okay. All right, so in this continuation of this series, we'll be taking a much more in-depth look at the curses of Devarim or Deuteronomy 28 and the plight of Yasharah, or what many call the Israelites. Now, I'm going to also preface this because, again, some of the things we're going to be discussing and talking about is just devastating, okay? And I'm just warning you guys right now, some of the territory we're going to be getting into is not easy to hear nor see. Okay, so I'm just warning you ahead of time. Some of this stuff might be hard to watch. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's important because it ties to scripture. It ties to what Yahuwah has said, and it stresses the importance of obedience to our Eluah. Okay, so it's important I warn some of y'all that what I will show you today will not be easy to watch or listen to. We'll be looking at scripture, history, and literature and media to substantiate the word of Yahuwah. The truth may be hard to hear for descendants of those who did these things to us, but if you are in covenant with Yahuwah and Yahusha, do not feel guilty. Gentiles, love Yahuwah, love Yahuwah's people. Don't be like your wicked ancestors. Yasharah, love Yahuwah. Don't be like our wicked ancestors. We all got some repenting to do, okay? It don't matter if you Yahudi. It don't matter if you Yasharali. It don't matter if you Gentile. Every single one of us needs to repent to come back in covenant with the Most High and live upright according to what he expects for those of his children who are his firstborn and to those of his children who are his adopted children. He expects uprightness from every nation that calls on his name, okay? All right, so here we go. Devarim, Deuteronomy 28:30. And of course, as you guys know, I will be reading the Septuagint version of the scriptures, okay? Devarim, Deuteronomy 28:30. You shall take a wife, and another man shall have her. Okay, and we're going to get to that in a minute because I got a book I want to show you in a second. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes thereof. So first, we're going to look at this second part, and we're going to get a little in depth into this right here, this first part of the prophecy, because we know what went on in slavery, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But you shall build a house and you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard and shall not gather grapes thereof. So we know that our people were working on sugarcane plantations. We know that they were picking cotton. We know that they were, doing all of this stuff for the colonizers, right? But they never actually saw the benefits or the fruit thereof of their labor. They weren't paid. They were treated horribly. They were called bywords. They were hung from trees. They were buck broken and all these other things. Now, it also says you shall build a house and you shall not dwell in it. Well, this right here is the White House. And a lot of people don't know this, but the White House was built by slaves, okay? And that's why you don't see Negroes in there. You see Kamala Harris, not Negro. You see Obama, not a Negro, okay? Contrary to popular belief, he is not a Negro, y'all, okay? He's not. He is also a heathen, okay? Now we believe the shit, we believe what they told us about Obama, but none of it was true. Okay? So we know that our people built this right here, but they don't dwell in it. Okay? The colonizers, the Edomites, the serpent seed dwell within this White House here. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you guys this first video here, and then I'm going to show you this book to help support the first part of the prophecy about that you shall take a wife and another man shall have her. Okay, we're going to get to that in a minute. Let me show you this first video here, and it talks about what buildings in DC were built by Negroes. Let's just look at the prophecy and the fulfillment of this prophecy that was spoken to us. All right, so let's watch this video. I'm gonna wind this back a little bit. Here we go.
Work right now to confront an uncomfortable past in this country and in our cities. So that brings us to this next question. Just how many buildings and monuments in Washington, D.C. were built by enslaved people? We talked to some local historians to try and find an answer.
We know for a fact that enslaved Africans were used in the construction of the U.S. Capitol and the White House. We know that for a fact because inside the National Archives and inside the collections of the White House Historical Society and the U.S. Capitol Society, we have the receipts where slave owners were paid for the rental of their slaves to build those two buildings.
Jesse Holland is the author of Black Men Built a Capitol. He published it in 2007, just 7 years after those receipts were found.
Somehow, some way, during the arc of history, this information got lost, either because we didn't care to record it or for maybe we were ashamed of it as we matured as a country.
What about the Washington Monument? The first part was built from 1848 to 1854, while slavery in D.C. was still legal.
To this day, we have not found any written proof that slaves were used in the construction of the Washington Monument. But it's almost beyond belief that a major monument like that in Washington, D.C., that was started before the end of slavery in Washington, D.C., that slaves were not used at all. Here's a problem we have with this question. We're dependent on records that may or may not exist.
So right now, that's the only definitive answer we can give to this question, the U.S. Capitol and the White House. Adam Rothman, historian at Georgetown, explains we are still searching for our history.
Well, history is actually hard work. In looking for the history of enslaved people, you often have to comb through really mountains of records to find the scraps of information that you're looking for. Then you've got to translate that archival research into the kinds of things that people will read.
But Jesse says it's also up to us to put in the work.
One of the things that I tell people all the time is that American history is in your attic. We need people to go through their papers, their grandparents' papers, their great-grandparents' papers, the family Bibles, the family receipt books. A lot of the history of our country is in those books. And that's how we're going to find out in the future more about the past. We all deserve a place and we all have a part to play in American history.
Okay, so we can see here that it is confirmed that our people built many, many things in this country, including the White House. And, it's not because that we didn't build the majority of this country. The Black men did build this country. That is a fact. Now, that doesn't mean that I have any attachment to this, right? We don't have attachment to this country. This is not our home. This is not where we belong. As y'all know, I am not a foundational Black American or anything of that nature. But there is a just due that is required of the Negro for building this country. And they like to ignore it. They like to say, oh, well, the Negro didn't build this country. But I beg to differ. Now, for those who are skeptical about whether America would be considered Babylon,
or a form of Babylon. Let me show you this. Give me a second here. Let me pull up my Facebook. All right. So I want you to look at this. Okay. So this is Facebook here. Oh, my screen share. Okay, there we go. All right. So if you look here, you can see you've got the eagle of ancient Egypt and you've got the eagle on the US dollar. Okay. Now you see it's almost exactly the same. Almost exactly. Okay. Just like the Egyptians were beating our people and you know what I'm saying? Ancient Egypt. So do the police oftentimes beat us and oftentimes unalive us in the process, okay? You see the Washington Monument right here, which is really the phallic symbol of Nimrod, which is, of course, you know, paganism, right? Well, in ancient Egypt, they have the same symbol, okay? So don't let anyone sit there and tell you that this is not another Egypt. This is not another house of bondage, because if you understand Freemasonry, the religion, because I have to say religion because Freemasonry is a religion, okay? Freemasonry itself is based upon ancient Egypt, the Book of the Dead, and all these other things. You know, they talk about the Great Freemason Lodge and what they call heaven, which is not Yahuwah's heaven, obviously, right? That goes hand in hand with the Book of the Dead, okay, which you find in ancient Egypt, okay? But you can see the same structure, the same pagan structure is right here in America, okay? That is not an accident, family. That is not an accident at all. Okay, so when they're telling you, oh, well, you're not in actual ancient Egypt, yeah, but we in a whole another house of bondage based upon the premise and foundation of ancient Egypt. Okay, all you got to do is just be able to tie the parallels together, right? The economy of Egypt was built upon the back of Abari or Hebrew Israelite slaves, correct? Just as much as the economy of America was built on the back of Negro Hebrew slaves. Same thing. Now, if you look here, you can see there's a beating stick in this Egyptian's hands, beating the Hebrews. Okay, just like these police officers got that nightstick that they don't mind brushing up against the back of your head for no reason. Same thing, family. It's the same thing. All right, because it's an ancient spirit. It's an ancient spirit. It's not, you know what I'm saying, something that's new. All right. These people built this country with the same mindset of the Egyptians who enslaved us. Same thing, fam. Same thing. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you guys also a video that I have here of Babylon. So let me show you this real quick. This is these white Europeans, and they're talking about how America itself is built in a way that is very, very similar to America. Let me pull this up. Give me a second. I know I got tons of videos here. Okay. So I'm going to share this video with you guys, and these European Christians are talking about how America is going to be judged because they have not repented. They're unrepentant. We know this, right? We know that they are unrepentant in what they have done to the Yahudim, to Yahuwah's people. But I'm going to just share this video of these Christians talking about this and saying that if America doesn't repent, America is going into captivity. And we already know that's what's going to happen because they refuse to repent. And this is not nothing new to us. But I'm just going to show you it coming from their mouths so you can understand it a little bit better here. Okay, so give me a second. I'm going to just share this video with you guys. Let's see here. Which video is it? 1 second. Let me pull it up. I believe it's this video, if I'm not mistaken. Just want to make sure. If I have to, I'll jump over to TikTok if I can't find the particular video here. Okay, here it is. I think this is it. Here we go. Okay. So first, I'm gonna show you this video, and this video is these sellout celebrities. Now, I want you to understand something before I show you this video. America is not just based upon ancient Egypt. It is also based upon Babylon. It's a culmination of all the nations of our oppressors, even in biblical times. So it's a mixture of Rome, it's a mixture of Greece, it's a mixture of Babylon, it's a mixture of ancient Egypt. So this first video I'm going to show you is proof. This nation is Babylonian, okay? It is daughter of Babylon and all of that. So let me show you that video first, and then I'm going to show you the video about Egypt. So let me share my screen real quickly here. All right, let's look at this video. This is from my Facebook. All right, here we go. Let me make sure the sound's on. Don't want y'all not hearing this. All right, family, here we go.
Good evening, godless sodomites.
Kneel before your God, Babylon!
Making me the highest paid megalomaniacal boy king in all of Babylon!
You see, if you go and visit the very home of the Oscars where they hold it each year, you can see a...
Okay, now, let me just give a little commentary on this because, like y'all know, I'm from Los Angeles. I'm from LA, all right? You go to Hollywood, you will see the same idols of ancient Babylon, like these deities with like a man's body and an animal's body, like hybrids and stuff like that. That's what you see in Hollywood. You see Freemason symbolism everywhere. You know, just like when these celebrities that, especially these Negro celebrities that did they tap dancing for the master, they give them that little golden, the Oscar, they call it the Oscar, that golden idol. Okay, doesn't that remind you of the golden idol that Nimrod, or no, I'm sorry, not Salaki, not Nimrod, Nebuchadnezzar required those 3 Abari boys to worship, and if they didn't, they'd throw them into the fire? It's the same thing, family. I'm telling you, it's the same thing. All right, keep listening.
A plaque on the wall that says the Babylonian courts. The camera shows you the stage, and you see an unmistakable Tower of Babel embedded into the design. Outside of the Kodak Theater, you have the gates to Ishtar, and you have...
Okay, so you see these right here? These are Babylonian idols, Babylonian deities, right there in Hollywood, right in front of your face, right next to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, okay? That's what I'm saying. There is no saving this nation. There is no saving it. It will be completely destroyed. And what you're seeing right now in Hollywood, where a lot of these celebrities are being exposed and certain things are coming out about them. Oh, it's the beginning. First the celebrities, okay? Then eventually the higher-ups. Then eventually the nation will be destroyed, okay? And the premise in which it was built. But this right here, this winged deity, these represent the Anunnaki. These represent the hybrid deities that the Nephilim created when they started mixing animal flesh. That's why a lot of times when you read about the Nephilim or the giants, they were called men of renown because they were worshipped by these heathen nations, okay? They were worshipped by them. And you can see it's the same thing. Same thing. That's an elephant deity right there, sitting right here on this this pillar here. And this is right at the Hollywood and Highland Mall. If you go up the stairs, you pass through this shrine, okay? And they be doing all types of rituals, all types of, it's just a dark, wicked, Edomite, wicked presence in Hollywood itself when you're walking around the place. But see, we've been taught to love these celebrities and love these cultures and all these things, but all this stuff is wicked. Every bit of it is. Ever since I came into the truth of Yahusha, I stopped wanting to go to Hollywood because, when I was younger, I used to go to the clubs, chase after the women and stuff like that. But when I woke up to who I was, I started to detach from everything about Hollywood because I realized how wicked it is. And of course, me being an actor in the industry, I realized a lot of the things that you hear about what happens with little children and stuff is true. Okay, it is true. I can tell you firsthand, I've seen it. It's true.
Babylonian gods put on the outside of the gate. They have the exact elephants. They have the same exact gate of Ishtar. They have the same exact Babylonian gods over the top of the gates.
Like a lot of people come up here and they thank Jesus for this award. I want you to know that no one had less to do with this award than Jesus. He didn't help me a bit. So all I can say is, suck it, Jesus, this award is my God now.
I'm thankful to the Oscar God.
As far as the category
Become a star. In the Egyptian culture, they also had a little statue that represented the god Ptah. And see, when an Egyptian king died, it was believed that his spirit went into the belt of Orion, and he then became a star. Up until 1999, the Oscars was held at a building called the Shrine, which was founded by William Florence and Walter Fleming, two high-ranking Scottish Rite Freemasons.
Now look at the double-headed eagle. Okay, we're gonna go back to that a little bit because we're gonna look at that scripture about that. But I want y'all to notice this real quick, family. Pay attention. Okay, the eagle symbolism is mentioned in these curses, and we're gonna get to that a little bit later because you're gonna be shocked how many of these European nations have an eagle as a symbolism, and oftentimes the eagle is attributed to Esau, the unclean and hated bird. Okay, so we're going to get to that a little bit later on, but I just want you to notice the eagle, the double-headed eagle, which is connected to Freemasonry, Scottish Rite Freemasonry.
Freemasons. Hollywood has long been interested in Freemasonry. Gene Autry, John Wayne, Nat King Cole, Duke Ellington, C.C. DeMille, Clark Gable, Walt Disney, Oliver Harding, you name it, the list goes on. Many celebrities have come out and admitted their connection to Freemasonry. You can see the checkered floor. You can see the archways. You can see the sun motif in the background. All of these are letting you know exactly who owns this organization.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know what I'm saying? You will never under the dome find me rocking with Hollywood, a fan of Hollywood. I hate all of it. I hate all this wickedness. All this stuff that's being pushed. All the excuses that people make for this wickedness that's going on, it's all going to burn down. Every bit of it will burn. And I welcome that. Now, since we talked about that, I'm going to go ahead and show you this next video, which, you know, they admitted it's Babylon. They admit, you know, the deities and all of that. We see that that's what it is, right? Now, let me show you how it connects to ancient Egypt. Okay, that's going to be my next revelation here. All right, here we go.
It is also true that America is one of those unique nations because we have patterns like ancient Rome, like ancient Israel, like ancient Babylon, and even like Egypt. Let me give you a couple of these. Number one, this is an Egyptian picture. The Great Pyramid in Giza, Egypt, we have the Great Pyramid on the back of the $1 bill. The all-seeing eye of the pyramid is said to be the all-seeing eye of God. However, in Egypt, it was Horus or Ra who was looking down on the nation. The Washington Monument is an obelisk, which is actually, if we go back to Egypt, was a monument to the sun god Ra. And again, we're not saying that that's what we made it. Our founders took it and redeveloped it, but I'm saying this is Egypt. That's where it came from. We're just simply telling you where it came from. The Egyptian leader was called a young lion among the nations. Egypt had a 5-pointed star that represents the 5 forces of nature, and our flag has 5-pointed stars on our flag. The Statue of Liberty, which we call her Lady Liberty, was patterned similar after the Egyptian goddess Isis. The phoenix bird, which never dies but reemerges and redevelops itself, was actually the first bird representing America, and it was later changed to the eagle being, of course, an emblem of ancient Rome. Now, Bill, go back in with the people, because most people would not be aware of this unless they followed our ministry for many, many years. But back in the year 2008, it happened, oddly enough, the week of the inauguration. Tell us what was being read in the synagogue, in Jewish synagogues that week, and what we began to predict based on patterns.
Okay.
If you'll go back and go and talk about the patterns that we talked about.
Well, first of all, I want to go back to the first program we did in this series. I said, when we discuss all the different similarities, I'll get it out here in a minute, that we have with all these different ancient cultures, I said, if you're going to pin me to the mat, I'd say that America probably identifies more with Egypt than any other, and because of some of the things that you just listed here. You know, the obelisk, the Washington Monument, that has direct links back to Egypt, and so on and so on. So that being said, when we saw the election results in 2008, of course, the inauguration came in January 2009, I had already seen, and we had discussed, that the Torah portions, the way they were lining up was interesting
And
in
the Torah,
this context.
the Torah being the 5 books of Moses that are read every week in the synagogue.
Right, they're divided up into different portions.
Yes.
All right, so when we get into January 2009, specifically on the day of the inauguration or that week, the Torah portion is called Shemot, which is, we would say, Exodus, and it's the beginning of the story of the Exodus. And in that Torah portion, it talks about how that after the death of
You see how these heathens don't even know what Shemuth means? He said Shemuth means Exodus. That is not what it means, okay? What you call Shemuth or Exodus in the scripture, Shemuth means it means names. That's why we say Baruch atah Shemuth Yahuwah U Yahusha. Okay? Bless you, names Yahuwah and Yahusha. Or Baruch, blessed, Shemuth, names Yahuwah and Yahusha. Okay, so Shemuth does not mean Exodus. It doesn't mean that. But, you know, there's that.
of Joseph and that generation, how there arose a king who didn't know Joseph, and which is to be understood to mean it's not that he didn't know who he was, it's just that he didn't regard him. He didn't respect him. And you have to keep in mind that Joseph is why Egypt became the superpower that it was. So he didn't respect or regard that which made Egypt great, but actually began to see God's people in Egypt as a threat. They're more and mightier than we are. And so he goes to his counselors, and he says, we need to devise a very wise plan how to keep these people down. Well, the first thing, once again, is the inauguration in January 2009 coincided with the Torah portion, which included this new king who arose, who didn't government for lack.
All right, we'll stop it there. I feel like enough is being said there. Now, they never relate America to Egypt in terms of slavery. They don't. But what I do find interesting is those same Europeans were literally saying America's going into slavery. Let me see if I can find that video. Let me see if I can find that video, fam. Give me 1 second, y'all. It's a bit of a side note, but I'm gonna try to pull this up for you guys. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I know I had posted it like quite some time ago, but I don't know if I have it on here. I might have to YouTube it because I don't see it on here. All right, let me go back. Let me come back on the screen. I'm gonna show y'all on YouTube because I know it's on there. But these European Christians were saying if America doesn't repent, America is going into slavery. So let me try to pull that up here. Let's see if I can pull it up here on YouTube. Let's see. No, I don't see the video here. I did a video about it a little while ago, but I don't see it being pulled up. And I'm pretty sure that they're trying to like censor certain things so we don't find these things, but yeah, I don't see it here. All right. Well, that's all right. I'm not going to dwell on it too long. If I can try to find it towards the end of the show, then we'll go back to it. But they actually did say that. It wasn't well received, but nonetheless, it was said. So I'll try to find it another time, but we got to keep this going. All right. So let's go back to the text here that we were looking at, because it does mention some very, very interesting things. And we're going to look at this book that I think supports what we read here in Dabarim or Deuteronomy. Okay, so we looked at, we understand America is based upon pagan nation. It is a new Egypt. So hold on again. It's family, and then it'll just go out again. I don't know what happened, but we're back. So let me show you this. So this is Dabarim, and it says, okay, hold on. I know, sis. I know it's they always do this. Let me go back to it. Hold on a second. Okay, I don't know what happened. I just had the presentation up, and it just went kabunk. But that's okay. Rick Wiles. Okay, that's his name. Let me highlight this so I can go back to it when I get ready. Okay. I don't know what just happened here. The presentation just closed and everything. Oh, Father. Okay, let me bring it back up, y'all. In the meantime, I'm going to show you another video while I bring this back up. Please hit the like.
In charge with the armed robbery and murder of white factory workers. On the night of August 6, 1930, in Marion, Indiana, 3 black boys, 18-year-old Thomas Shipp, 19-year-old Abram Smith, and 16-year-old James Cameron, were arrested and charged with the armed robbery and murder of white factory worker Claude Dieter and the rape of white woman Mary Ball. Word of the charges quickly spread, and a mob of angry whites gathered outside the Grant County Jail. Around 9:30 p.m. on August 7, 1930, the mob attempted to rush the jail and was hit with tear gas. An hour later, the mob successfully pushed past the sheriff and 3 deputies, dragging Shipp and Smith from their cells as they were praying and out into the street. A crowd of nearly 10,000 people cheered as the two were beaten, tortured, and then hung from trees in the courthouse yard. When Abram Smith tried to free himself from the noose, he was lowered, had both arms broken, then the noose was tied even tighter before he was raised back up the tree. As the bodies of Shipp and Smith stopped wiggling, the mob re-entered the jail and grabbed James Cameron. The mob beat him severely and was tying the noose around his neck when an unknown white woman stepped up and said that Cameron had nothing to do with the rape or murder. When the sheriff cut down the corpses the next day, the crowd rushed to take parts of the 2 bodies as souvenirs before finally dispersing. Although thousands participated in the lynching, only a few leaders of the mob were even charged before all-white juries acquitted them despite this overwhelming evidence. James Cameron, on the other hand, was tried for murder, convicted of being an accessory, and served 4 years in prison. Mary Ball would testify that she had not been raped or even touched by the men.
So many times, man, false claims made about us, and this is what happens. Now, let me bring this back up. So, it says, you shall take a wife and another man shall have her. Okay, that's what we're going to look at now. And I actually have some proof of a book I'm going to show you here real quick, showing you this. All right. Now, I'm not going to lie. If you are a black woman, some of what I'm about to show you and read to you is disturbing as hell. All right. It is very disturbing. Okay. But again, we have to tie the truth to the scriptures. So I'm going to go ahead and show you this book that I have here. And we're going to look at this book and we are going to examine this prophecy here. So give me a second. Okay. All right. So we're going to go over here to this book right here. And this book is called When Grape, okay? Handing people bags of grapes was legal, okay? This book right here. The Untold History of SEXUAL, Violence During Slavery. We're going to read this book and we're going to see what it says about this, because this is an example of what we looked at in Dabarim about, you shall take a wife and another man shall lie with her. And y'all know this happened way more times than it should have, in general, because these people are just animalistic. So let's look at this. We're going to go over here to this part right here. It says the voices of black women and men. Why SEXUAL violence by white men was rampant during slavery. And we're going to read a little bit of this. So it says, Louisa and Sam Everett were born into slavery near Norfolk, Virginia. Growing up on different plantations, they did not meet and marry until early adulthood when they were purchased by a depraved slave owner known as Big Jim McLean. Okay? For a combination of reasons, including breeding, and we got to talk about that too, the breeding farms, because they were putting mother with son, daughter with father, just wicked stuff, bro. Anyway. Including breeding, humiliation, control, and perverse sexual gratification, Big Jim gained sexual pleasure as a voyeur. This practice was soon targeted at Sam and Louisa. He forced them to have intercourse while he acted as an observer. Okay? They perverts, I'm just saying. Enjoying their humiliation and powerlessness. Okay? So sometimes the fact that they have power over you and what they can force you to do gets them off. Okay, I'm just saying. The violence was further exacerbated when Master McLean invited his friends to join him in this act, thus intensifying the degradation. Sam and Louisa reported that he enjoyed these orgies very much and often entertained his friends in this manner. Quite often, he and his guests would engage in these debaucheries, choosing for themselves the prettiest of the young women. Sometimes they forced the unhappy husbands and lovers of their victims to look upon. Oh, my. Let's keep going. Slave narratives like that of Louisa and Sam Everett, as well as autobiographies and speeches of many former slaves, elucidate several reasons why white men engage in violence against enslaved women. Sexual gratification was clearly a theme in these documents. However, several narratives described additional significant incentives for violence. The raping of enslaved women became normalized for white men, and they're still doing it to this very day, and therefore unquestioned. Okay, so again, you want to tell me white supremacy ain't real? You want to tell me these people ain't got protection, protection by the law to do this wickedness? It served to control, humiliate, and degrade enslaved women and men, increase slave labor and property by impregnating the women, and provide an avenue for white male bonding and white masculine performances, as is seen by Master McLean inviting his friends to join in the violence. Each of these motives is closely intertwined with what? White privilege and the reinforcement of Black subordination. Although this violence was clearly used to preserve male dominance and racial dominance, it can also be understood more specifically as helping to shape and define white masculinity. Okay, so white masculinity, that's what I'm saying. Don't attach yourselves to masculinity. They're telling you it is, because white masculinity is colonization. White masculinity is buck breaking Black people. White masculinity is forcing yourself on a Black woman that don't want you. Okay, that's what white masculinity is, according to them. Okay. While many formerly enslaved men and women described the constant threat of bags of grapes for enslaved women and the associated benefit for white men, several also remark on the resilience of enslaved women who resisted and threatened the system of white male domination. Boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, again, some of y'all need to explain to me how you would choose to lay with the colonizer. I don't care if it's the woman or the man. I mean, taking the caveman stick is just crazy. I'm serious. Let's keep going. Routine abuse on slave ships, breaking enslaved women into submission. Even before arriving in North America and the Caribbean, okay, so that includes our Caribbean brothers and sisters, that includes the Afro-Latinas, Afro-Hispanics, Afro-Cubans, all of them, okay, that was all on these boats with us, our forefathers, all right? African women were subjected to violation on board the ships carrying them to various colonized lands. Robert Schufelt, an army surgeon in the late 1800s, frequently traveled by ship to several countries, and he observed many African women entering North America, already impregnated by these white men. Oh, Father, avenge us. Who had captured them, noting that the crossing of the two races commenced at the very outstart of the vile slave trade that fetched them hither. This violence and other abuses that took place on the slave ships functioned to indoctrinate and transform Africans from free people into submissive, obedient slaves. Some enslaved women and men were tortured and unalived as a means of instilling terror and compliance in others. Witnessing and experiencing the consequences for disobedience ensured that enslaved men and women understood the limited options for resisting white men prior to arriving in North America. In addition to creating marketable slaves who would comply with domestic duties and demands for labor through fear, through violence inflicted upon women on board slave ships, taught these enslaved women their role in relation to the white man who would eventually purchase, exploit, and hand them bags of grapes. Okay, Ola Uda Akiano, and I will be doing a teaching on him because this brother right here, look at his name. Ola Uda, Yauda, Yausha, Yauwa. He was obviously an Igbo Israelite. Okay, and he, in his book, he chronicled a lot of these things that was going on these slave ships. So all you Negroes out there that say the slave trade never happened, I just think you are gravely misinformed. Ola Uda Akiano was an enslaved man who worked primarily on ships for the British Navy. He was one of the fortunate few who was eventually able to purchase his freedom. He became an abolitionist and wrote an autobiographical narrative which offers insight into the abuses that occurred during the voyage from Africa. Okay, so I will probably, like I said, we'll do a teaching better on Ola Uda Akiano. Among the cruelties of slavery detailed in his autobiography, Akiano describes the routine and constant practice of handing bags of grapes and violating enslaved women on board the ships. Specifically, Akiano witnessed the behavior of clerks and other whites who committed violent depredations on the chastity of female slaves. Furthermore, he notes that these white men would gratify their brutal passion with females not even 10 years old. Oh, Father, help us. Oh my. That also ties with the scripture where it says that these colonizers will show no regard to the young or to the old. And these abominations, some of them to such scandalous excess that one of our captains discharged the maid and others on the account. The handing of bags of grapes to enslaved black women and girls was a constant accepted behavior among the white men on board these ships. The captain discharging some men because of such scandalous excess while allowing most to carry out routine violence against young girls reflects the very low standard for white men's sexual behavior with regard to enslaved black girls. This low bar established by the captain reveals the wide array of violence deemed acceptable by the authority figure on board. All right, we're going to read one more paragraph and I'm going to leave this alone because honestly, I cannot read books like this just, in total because it's just wicked. It's just so evil. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like the level of evil that's being even talked about here is just hard for me to read, understanding that, we are descendants of these people. You know what I'm saying? Not the people who did it, but the people who are victims of this. Let's keep going. Normalized violence. The widespread violence against enslaved black girls and women continued once they were purchased by white slaveholders, persisting as a normalized behavior. Violence against enslaved black women provided an avenue for white men to exert power, control, and domination, while white men clearly exerted their power through the act of handing bags of grapes. They also demonstrated their control by threatening and instilling a collective awareness among enslaved men and women with regard to potential violence and consequences for resisting. In turn, this collective awareness paved the way for continued bags of grapes. It says, the works progress administrative slave narratives offer insight into the collective awareness and prevalent grapes experienced by enslaved women. These narratives include interviews with formerly enslaved individuals, which are collected by the federal government in the 1930s as part of the Federal Writers Project. It should be noted that the majority of the interviewers for this project were white and relied on poor interview techniques, including the use of leading questions and revisiting or deleting participants' words. Many participants did not trust the interviewers, which influenced their responses, while not without methodological flaws. These narratives do provide rare insights into the experiences and perspectives of formerly enslaved women and men. All right, and we'll stop there. But you can see this right here is an example of what Dabarim told us would happen. Okay, we started this book out reading about a married couple, two Yahudi Negro married couple, a man and a woman together, right? But then this white man would use their marriage to fulfill his own lusts, okay, his own desire to, hand her a bag of grapes right in front of her husband, or to involve the white man, his little white cohort buddies, to, also participate in this, and forcing the black man to watch his wife be violated by these colonizers. All right, we're gonna stop there, family. Sometimes I just have to take these books and in small doses because it is just unspeakable what these people were doing to our people. Just unspeakable. A whole different type of level of evil. Okay, family. We're gonna move on. All right, so let's get back to this. So we looked at the man, you shall have a wife, another man shall have her. You shall build a house, you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, you shall not gather the grapes thereof. We talked about that, so let's keep going. All right. Now, this one is very, very easy to understand, okay? It says, Deuteronomy 28:43, the stranger that is within you shall get up very high, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. Okay? All you got to do is take a walk in the hood. You look at who controls and who runs these liquor stores. You got these Arabs, these Palestinians, these Indians. Okay? You got Chinese restaurants in the hood, right? They're not owned by black people. They owned by heathens. Okay? And I'm going to show you an example in a minute of this Chinese woman talking about the government told her specifically to go into the black community because she's not allowed to sell Chinese food in the white community. I wonder why. What are they putting in this food? You know what I'm saying? That they want the Yahudin to eat, but they don't want the colonizer to eat. Let me show y'all that video real quickly here. All right. So let me pull up this video. And I'm going to show you guys this video from Twitter here about this Chinese woman selling the white man's neighborhood, but they had to go to the Negro and sell them this stuff. So let me pull that up for you. Give me 1 second here. A bunch of videos that I had to put together for you guys to see so we can prove all these things in the modern day age. Okay, let's see. It's going to be 1 second. Okay, here we go. This is this Asian woman talking about how they are incentivized to push this stuff and these Chinese businesses, Chinese food in the hood. I wonder why. Because they putting all type of unclean animals in your food. All right. But let's just watch and see what she has to say about this. All right. Here we go. Make sure the sound's on. And it is. All praises. Here we go.
Yes, this is really important. Asian Americans were redlined from opening businesses in white neighborhoods because white people didn't want Asian Americans operating in their neighborhoods and didn't want Asian Americans profiting off of white people. But because the positionality of Asian Americans is weaponized to oppress Black people, Asian Americans were being given loans to open businesses in Black communities, even though Black people were not able to receive loans to open businesses in their own communities. And as I've said before, as a result of this, Black wealth is essentially paid out twice when it goes to Asian American businesses. Once when the individual pays for the goods or services, and then again when the Asian American business owner removes the profit from the community. Because usually people open businesses in their own communities, and this is mutually beneficial, where the business owner is making a livelihood off of providing goods and services to their community. And by being a member of the community, they're contributing and they're investing back into the community. This is an ideal situation, and that is not what happens with Asian American businesses operating in Black communities.
Okay? So you can see these heathens, these Gentiles, they are being given loans by the government that they're denying to the Negro, right? They give it to the Asians, they give it to the Indians, and these people don't even speak English. They can come here and they can get loans right away. Come on, gang. Now, give me, okay, tell me who runs the banks. You don't have to say the word ish. Just put J if you know who I'm talking about. There's a people who runs the banks, okay? Who are they? We all know who it is. Amalek. But let me just show you how deep it goes, family. We know that they do. Okay, we're all in agree. It's the J. The fish, Amalek. Okay, all praises. We're in agreement. But let me just show you how deep it goes and how much they own and what banks and what countries they own. Because once you understand that, then you'll understand how much power they have. Okay. So this right here is an exhaustive list of all banking institutions owned by the Rothschilds, who are Amalek. Okay. And everybody that is connected to them folk. All right. Because you know it's the J people that run everything, right? So let's just look at this extensive list, complete list of Rothschild owned and controlled banks. Let's just scroll down. Look at this. Look at this. Just keep going little by little. You see all of that? And this is all these countries. You've got Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Argentina, Armenia, Aruba, Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Belgium, Belize, Benin, Bermuda, Bhutan, Bolivia, Bosnia, all over the world. Look. And you better believe there's African countries in here as well. Ethiopia, okay? Ghana, Guinea, Haiti, Hong Kong, Honduras, everywhere. They own all of it. It's not a conspiracy. It's the truth. Kenya, Kuwait, Lebanon, Uruguay, all of it. They own all of it, okay? Every bit of it. Qatar, Romania, Rwanda, Peru, Paraguay, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands, South Africa, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Sweden, Switzerland, Tanzania, Thailand, all of it. They own all of it, family. They own all of it. The feds and the IRS, guess who owns it? The Rothschilds, family. The Rothschilds. They own all of this. The feds, the IRS. Why do you think they're so corrupt? Look who runs it. Amalek. Let's see what else. Mega banks. Hello there. My name is Jacob Rothschild. My family is worth $500 trillion. Look at that nose. We own nearly every central bank in the world. We finance both sides of every war since Napoleon. We own your news, the media, your oil, your government. You probably never heard of me. So they run the banking empires, as well as the British Crown, which is the red dragon that's referenced in the book of Revelation. They are Edom. They are Amalek. They are the serpent seed. Okay, so you can see, man, it is no small thing how much these people own every damn thing. And they don't want you saying that because it only exposes what Negroes have been saying about these people for so long. And they have owned the slave ships as well. Okay, they own them as well. That there's no secret when it comes to that either. All right, let's get back to this. All right, so we see what we saw about the migrants coming here, but they are given business licenses. They are given loans to open businesses in Black communities, Negro communities, and all these other things. All right, so we looked at that. Let's keep going. All right. Now, when you think about Mr. Burns, right, from Simpsons, guess who he's based upon? This guy, okay? Amalek, all right? He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail, okay? Rothschilds working for the Zionist crime syndicate, the Jekyll Island Group 1913. Every single one of them is Amalek, okay? Everybody in government positions and any of that. So if you see anybody supporting these people, they are supporting the serpent seed. Okay? Period. Now, right here, this is the British Crown. Okay? So when you look at the Vatican, right? The Order of Malta, the Crown HQ Order of the Temple, the Order of Roy's Crow, the Order of the Garter, and the Jesuit Order, all these people are connected to Amalek as well. Okay? Like I said, the British Crown, they are Amalek. So they also have a lot of power and pull in economy systems, okay? So that means the U.S. economy, the Saudi economy, the Russian economy, the Iran economy, all of these different countries are all bought and paid for by these people, these devils, okay? These individuals. It's no small thing at all. Now, I'm going to just show you this quick video here that I have. So let me show you guys this next thing here. This is from Twitter as well. And I just want to connect the dots for you when it comes to all these banks and you know, establishments that these people have. Okay, so give me 1 second here. Scroll up. Okay. Gotta find it. Okay. And we're also going to look at some of the things that have been done to our people by these people as well. We gotta look at some of that history as well. All right, so let me share my Twitter here, and we're gonna look at this next thing that I have for you. Close this out. Okay. All right, here we go. Next video, family. Make sure the sound's on before I play it. Sound is on. All right, here we go.
Article that the Rothschilds had purchased Jerusalem in 1829.
Rothschild helped found Israel, and Rothschild has always been the backer of Israel. Whatever Rothschild wants, he gets. It is believed that he is the richest man in the world, and I have little doubt of that.
In 1897, the first Zionist Congress was held in Basel, Switzerland, and was chaired by Theodor Herzl. Jewish delegates from across Europe agreed that Palestine should be given to them. Prior to his death in 1904, Herzl predicted that a world body will one day give Palestine to the Jews, and that he will go down in history as the father of the Jewish state. For Herzl's dream to come true, European military powers would have to be manipulated and used into taking Palestine away from the Ottomans by force. Around 250 years ago, in 1760, Mayor Amschel Rothschild created the House of Rothschild that paved the way for international banking and control of the world's resources.
Oh, you see that star? You saw that star. Okay.
Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Meyer Amschel Bauer, born in Frankfurt, Germany in 1744, was a moneylender and a goldsmith on Jew Street, whose shop had a sign out front with a red hexagram on it. Eventually, he would change his name to Rothschild, which is German for red sign. Rothschild soon learned that loaning money...
Okay, I want y'all to listen to that. Red sign, red, Edom, red dragon, red soup. He was ruddy, he was red, he was covered in hair. I want y'all to understand the red symbolism, family, okay? It goes back to Edom. Why would they choose a name that means red sign, okay? I want y'all to see understand the symbolism with red when it comes to Edom, Esau, okay?
Money to governments and kings was more profitable than loaning money to private individuals.
Yes, please, family. If you are here, we got 121 people in the building. Shabbat shalom to everybody. Please smash the like button. Please smash the like button. Yes, you're serving hot plates today.
The loans bigger, but they were secured by the nation's taxes. Meyer Rothschild had 5 sons whom he trained in the skills of money creation and sent out to the major capitals of Europe to open branches of the family banking business.
You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers, so that when money is to be sent from here to London, let us say, you won't have to risk life and gold. Hampshire, here in Frankfurt, will just send a letter to Nathan in London saying, pay so-and-so, and that will be offset by loans from London to Frankfurt. Understand? Yes. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. Our 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family. The Rothschilds, who work always together. That will be your power.
Just how rich and powerful is Lord Evelyn Rothschild? Historically, the Rothschild family wealth was hidden in underground vaults. The Rothschilds' secret financial records were never audited and never accounted for. Their family commissioned biographies give the illusion that their family fortune has dwindled, but researchers estimate their wealth at close to $500 trillion, more than half the wealth of the entire world. Besides their many castles, palace mansions, wineries, racehorses, and exotic resorts, the Rothschilds bought Reuters in the 1800s. Reuters then bought the Associated Press, which selects and delivers the same news stories to the entire world, day after day. They have controlling interest in 3 major television networks and easily avoid media attention since they own it. Until recently, they owned and operated England's Royal Mint and continue to be the gold agent for the Bank of England, which they also direct. They control the LBMA, London Bullion Market Association, where 30 to 42 million ounces of gold worth over $11 billion are traded daily. The Rothschilds earn millions weekly just on transaction fees alone. They also fix the world price of gold on a daily basis and profit from its ups and downs. Over the centuries, the Rothschilds have amassed trillions of dollars worth of gold bullion in their subterranean vaults and have cornered the world's gold supply. They own controlling interest in the world's largest oil company, Royal Dutch Shell. They operate phony charities and offshore banking services where the wealth of the black nobility and the Vatican is hidden in secret accounts at Rothschild Swiss banks, trusts, and holding companies. Although Evelyn Rothschild looks like a harmless gray-haired old man, make no mistake about it, Rothschild and his ancestors have handpicked presidents, crashed stock markets, bankrupted nations, orchestrated wars, and sponsored the mass murder and impoverishment of millions. The wealth hoarded by this one family alone could feed, clothe, and shelter every human being on earth.
The Rothschilds is the head of the snake. Within the city of London, there is a 1-mile square that is referred to as the City. This is the headquarters of the Jewish family Rothschild's banking dynasty that owns the money supply through the central banks of almost every nation on earth. In November 1910, 7 of the world's richest Jewish men held a secret meeting on Jekyll Island just off the coast of Georgia to establish a central bank, which they called the Federal Reserve Bank. These men were Nelson Aldrich and Frank Vanderlip, both representing the Rockefeller financial empire, Henry Davidson, Charles Norton, and Benjamin Strong, representing J.P. Morgan, and Paul Warburg, representing the Rothschild banking dynasty of Europe. There were some powerful men who made it abundantly clear that they were not in favor of the Federal Reserve System. Their total wealth today would be worth nearly $11 billion. These were Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, and Jacob Astor. Unfortunately, all of them were on board Titanic when it sank to the depths of the sea. All 3 died that night. By April 1912, all opposition to the Federal Reserve had been eliminated. Private interest.
All right, we'll stop there, family. I think you get the point. But, whoo, boy, what these folks got their hands in, bro, what they attached to, it ain't nothing but some wicked, wicked stuff, bro. Like, period, point blank. Everything that they got their hands in. Shabbat shalom to Robin Terry and Kim Terry in the building. All praises to the Most High. Shabbat shalom, family. Good to see you both here. Love y'all dearly. Welcome. All praises to the Most High. Cece is here. Hey, sis. Good to see you. Shabbat shalom. So you guys can just see how deep this goes. It is very, very deep. And they don't want you talking about it because it exposes them. They don't want to be exposed as being the wicked people they are. But, you know, Yahuwah said that our war is going to be with Amalek until he completely wipes out Amalek. And in Yahuwah's time, Amalek will be wiped out and he will no longer have power, over the nations and over us and all these things. But again, this is about birthright here. Okay. It's about them wanting to establish they're the chosen people in order for them to continue to have this reign of power, because you can't really get people to believe you're the chosen and have power at the same time. Because all the money that these Amalekites have accumulated is because they have convinced people that these pale-skinned devils are the chosen, right? Had they not been able to walk around with that lie, they wouldn't be in the positions that they're in right now. But Yahuwah, in his timing, will reverse all this, and he'll make it right, and we will be the kings and queens, and we will own everything, and we will be ruling over the nations righteously. That's the difference. They rule wickedly, we rule righteously. Big difference. All right, fam, let's keep it going. All right, now, Dabarim 28:49, Yahuwah shall bring upon you a nation from the extremity of the earth, like the swift flying of an eagle, a nation whose voice you shall not understand, a nation bold in countenance, which shall not respect the person of the age and shall not pity the young. All right, we just talked about black women, how they were violated, little girls violated. They broke young Negro boys. Okay, they killed and slayed and hung from trees, elderly Negro males, elderly Negro women. I mean, they just don't care. Okay, they feel like here in America, if you Negro, you can get it. All right, now, since we're talking about the eagle, we talked about the eagle a little bit earlier in the study, and we talked about how the double-headed eagle is a symbol of Freemasonry. Well, look at all these nations that have eagle symbolism. You got the United States, you've got ancient Egypt, no surprise there, right? Palestine, Iraq, Yemen, Indonesia, United Arab Emirates, Syria, Montenegro, Austria, Moldova, Armenia, Albania, okay, Serbia, Germany, Poland, Czech Republic, Mexico, Moldova, Kazakhstan, Russia, Romania, Liechtenstein, okay, Armenia, Egypt, all of these nations, and you'll notice there are many of them that the majority of them are European nations. Are you surprised? I'm not. I'm not surprised at all, family. I am not surprised at all. But this scripture is specifically talking about America. But you can understand that these nations are confederates with America, as well as these other nations, because they are all in conspiracy against you, Jacob. They are all on one accord against you. And that's the most important thing that you can understand about all of this, okay? All of them are working against your best interests, okay? All right, let's keep going. All right, more scriptures about the plight of Yasharal. Now, I think it's, a lot of times we focus on Dabarim or Deuteronomy 28, but another place to go to understand this plight about Yasharal is also Uyakara or Leviticus 26. There's a lot of things in there that are also tied to Dabarim or Deuteronomy 28, so we're going to look at a few of them today. So this is Uyakara, Leviticus 26:17, and I will set my face against you, and you shall fall before your enemies, and they who hate you shall pursue you, and you shall flee, no one pursuing you. Uyakara, Leviticus 26:18, and even if you refuse to hearken to me, then I will chastise you 7 more times for your transgressions. Okay? So what is Yahuwah saying here? The Most High is saying that if you continue to not obey me, I will chastise you 7 times more for your sins. Well, when we look at the prison industrial complex, we can actually prove this. Let me show y'all something, family. We can actually show you how this lines up perfectly with what Yahuwah said. And again, we're reading the Septuagint. So it says 7 times more for your transgressions, correct? Okay. Let's look at this. So if we look at these statistics here, and we're going to compare this to the Caucasian, all right? And we're going to see what we get here. See if it lines up with what the scriptures say, all right? So let me share my screen and show you guys this. I'm going to share my screen and show you this statistic here, which is very interesting and only proves the scriptures even more, okay? And I showed this before, but I just want to show you again because, again, we are trying to prove what Yahuwah says. So let's look at this. This is an article from Vox.com, and what does it say? Study. Black people are 7 times more likely than white people to be wrongly convicted of murder. What? Isn't that what the scriptures say? Didn't Yahuwah say we will be punished 7 times more? But here it says it's 7 times more likely. Family. Nobody else fits these curses but Negroes, period. Period. I mean to a T. Not just a little here, a little there. Full on 100% we fit these curses. Let's read a little bit of this article. It says, race may be the deciding factor in whether you're deemed innocent in a court of law. That's the takeaway from a study for the National Registry of Exonerations published on Tuesday. Researchers Samuel Gross, Maurice Posley, and Clara Stevens analyzed years of exoneration data, looking at how race may influence whether someone's wrongfully convicted and later cleared of a crime they did not commit. Let's keep going. Scroll. Make it a little bit bigger so y'all can see it a little bit better. African Americans are only 13% of the American population. Okay, this is cap right here. This is cap. This is total cap. Chew up the meat, spit out the bones, as I always say. African Americans are only 13% of the American population, but a majority of innocent defendants wrongfully convicted of crimes and later exonerated. The researchers write they constitute 47% of the 1,900 exonerations listed in the National Registry of Exonerations as of October 2016, and the great majority of more than 1,800 additional innocent defendants who were framed and convicted of crimes in a 15 large-scale police scandals and later cleared in group exonerations. Here are the top-line results. Okay, so you see right here, when it comes to the Negro, all right, how race influences convictions. Innocent black people are more likely to be wrongfully convicted of crimes more than innocent white people. Okay, so for murder, 7 times more for the Negro. Okay, and this is how they get you into their prison industrial complex. This is why these white women can say, he did this to me. But these people, the same individuals that want to cry victim, can go violate black women, and there's whole laws to protect them. Okay, I just want you to understand what you're up against right now. But you can see when it comes to murder, the Negro is 7 times more likely to be convicted, even if he did not commit it. Okay? But again, these are the curses, family. These are the curses. So even if you didn't do anything wrong, you are still 7 times more likely to be convicted than the Caucasian are. Let's keep going. For murders, researchers found not just that black people were more likely than white people to be wrongfully convicted, but that innocent black people spent more time in prison before they were exonerated. And we see this so much, family. We see this so much. Negroes who, you know what I'm saying, they were innocent and nobody ever, fact checked it. And then 40 years of their life they spend in jail or prison, and then they finally get out. And they said, oh, my bad. Sorry, you weren't the guy. My bad. But 40 years of your life is gone. Judging from exonerations, innocent black people are about 7 times more likely to be convicted of murder than innocent white people. African Americans in prison for murder are more likely to be innocent if they are convicted of killing white victims. Only about 50% of murders by so-called African Americans have white victims, but 31% of innocent African American exonerees were convicted of unaliving Caucasians. Well, we even have this article, you know what I'm saying, that is not written by us, right? That supports what the scriptures say. Okay. I just wanted to prove my point there. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's get back to it. Oh, boy. Man. All right, so 7 times more for your sins will Yahuwah punish our people. They are rebellious and they walk perverse to his ways. He says 7 times more you will be punished for those things. Okay, we can see that what we just looked at, that report, proves what this is talking about. All right, let's keep going. Uyakara, Leviticus 26:25, and I will bring upon you a sword, avenging the cause of my covenant. Okay, remember, Yahuwah brought these things upon our people because we forsook his covenant and we did not do as he had commanded us. And therefore, because of the covenant being broken, he has brought the sword against us. Okay, and you shall flee for refuge to your cities, and I will send out death against you, and you shall be delivered into the hands of your enemies. Okay, which is where we are now. Uyakara, Leviticus 26:33, and I will scatter you among the nations, and the sword shall come upon you and consume you, and your land shall be what? Desolate. And your cities shall be what? Desolate. Okay? Again, that land they're calling Israel is not our land. It's fake. All right, it's a lie created by the Rothschilds, owned by the Rothschilds, bought by the Rothschilds. They purchased that land. It doesn't belong to us. Okay, that's why when you see Jews walking around over there, and you see Amalek walking around, and everybody out there, you got millions and millions of people living in that land, but Yahuwah said it's desolate. Okay, that's why sub-Saharan Africa is blooming again. You know why? He's preparing the land that is currently desolate right now. Okay. So obviously, we know from the slave trade, as well as a sub-Saharan, not just the transatlantic slave trade, but the sub-Saharan slave trade, prophecy was fulfilled as far as us being scattered among the heathen. Okay, you can see this is just an example, a graph of the slave trade, how we were brought from the slave coast of Africa and scattered all to South America, the West Indies, Central America, North America, Caribbeans, so on and so forth. Okay, so we know that this is a fulfillment of what the scriptures say. Okay, all right, let's keep going. Oyakara, Leviticus 26:34 and Leviticus 26:35, and this is more proof that the land is desolate. Then the land shall enjoy its Shabbats all the days of its desolation. That means the land is resting. That means there's no war. That means that there's no destruction. That means that there is no man trampling over it, ruling over it, none of that. Okay, after 70 AD, the land became desolate when the Romans destroyed it. The land is currently desolate to this moment right now. Okay, Uyakara, Leviticus 26:35, and you shall be in the land of your enemies. Then the land shall keep its Shabbats. It's resting. Okay, so there's not bombs being dropped on it. None of that is happening right now. Okay, and the land shall enjoy its Shabbats all the days of its desolation. It shall keep Shabbat, which it kept not among your Shabbat when you dwelt in it. Okay, so if the land is in Shabbat right now, it's resting. That means that there's no man there, there is no beast there, there is nobody in that land right now. Okay, so the so-called land of the state of Israel is a fraud, according to what Yahuwah has said. Okay, let's keep going. Uyakara, Leviticus 26:37, and brother shall disregard brother as in war when no one pursues, and you shall not be able to withstand against your enemies. And I'm going to show you guys some examples of that. Leviticus 26:38, and you shall perish among the heathen, and the lands of your enemies shall devour you. Uyakara, Leviticus 26:39, and those who are left of you shall perish because of your transgressions, and because of your transgressions of your fathers. In the land of their enemies shall they consume away. Okay, so it's talking about oppression of the Negro and what the Negro would go through in these lands of our captivity. So let me just show you a few examples of this. I'm going to start with this first video here. So let me show you this first video.
Walking to the bathroom, it's this old guy sitting to the left with. Okay, quick story that has me literally shaking right now. So for context, I drive trucks, and I stop at this Denny's to grab a coffee because I'm addicted to caffeine. I went in there to get my coffee to go, and then I walked to the bathroom, but as I'm walking to the bathroom, it's this old guy sitting to the left with about 12 people that's celebrating his 89th birthday. I got a call from my dispatcher, and he was like, yo, you can chill, no rush, they're not ready for the freight, so you can relax a little bit. Sat down, ordered some food, so now I'm sitting like across from the guy that's celebrating his birthday. Time goes by, I'm down there at the end of my meal, and everybody that basically came to celebrate with him had left, so now it's just him and his wife. So as I get up to go wash my hands, I see him and I give him a smile. I'm like, happy birthday, young man, 89. That's a lot of memory to have. Here's the thing, I don't even know why I said that. He could have had Alzheimer's. I'm not even sure what I meant by that. Like, but that's what I said, and he said, well, thank you, young man. And he smiled, and he kind of just stared at me, and I just walked back there and washed my fucking hands. So I come back, and his wife is gone. She's talking to some other lady that goes to the same church they do, and he sees me, he says, come here, come here, come here. And I said, yes. And he said, there are way too many things that I wish I could forget. And I said, yeah, man, you make it to damn near 100 years old. I'm pretty sure you got a handful of regrets. And he looked at me with the most serious look ever and said, you have no idea. Well, now I'm curious. Do tell. He said, you know, I used to be a firefighter through the 60s and 70s. I said, that's what's up. That's a very commendable job. And he said, yeah, it should be. He said the 60s and 70s was a different time in every way possible. You know that, right? And I'm just like, yeah, no shit. He said, back in those times, I was a way different man, and who knew that we'd get to the point where we are in society today, and I'd be feeling the way I'm feeling about the decisions that I made back in those times. So I'm like, man, if you won't fucking tell me, bro. So right before he took a very long pause, he looked at me and said, back in those times, it was very common for firefighters that looked like me to leave people that looked like you in burning houses and buildings and horrible situations just to say they couldn't get to us. He said more times than he'd like to admit, he would hear screaming black people and children in burning buildings and houses and apartments and stores and cars, and he would literally just pretend he didn't hear it. He said his last time doing it was when he made eye contact with the baby that he deliberately went into a building to save and deliberately didn't. And he said that was the last time he did it, and he quit that year. He said the nightmare still hasn't stopped. He still hasn't forgiven himself, and therapy helps, but it's still a living nightmare to have those memories. And I guess that shit just shocked me so much, because when it came to firefighters, I never thought of them like that. Like when it came to like police officers, lawyers, and judges, and everybody else, we knew they didn't give a fuck. Especially police officers, we knew they didn't give a fuck about us. But I don't know why that didn't click to me that, no, it was everybody that hated us. Everybody. Everybody had a hand in deliberately making our lives worse. When I calmed down from being mad enough to want to pull the plug on his ass, I thought about it. And I was like, of course they did this. Of course they did this shit. Duh. Like, why was I even shocked? Like, of course. But it is something that I cannot think about for too long, because that visual of you fake going to save somebody and not saving them because of the color of their skin and the entire 911 understanding, because, oh yeah, you couldn't get Jamal, oh well, just another one gone. Like, that shit, I don't know.
Okay, so you can see these people, man, they are just a different type of evil, man. I'm going to show you guys this video of this African woman minding her own business, and here come the colonizers questioning her like they always do. Just like that black man. I know y'all heard about that young black kid that was walking around in the suburbs, and these white men walked up on him. Hey, buddy, what are you doing here? Like, go away, dude. I ain't got an answer to you. See, I'm different, though. I'm different, bro. I'm different. I would have pulled out something on all of them. I'm just saying, bro. I'm not that type of person that deal with these people too well. Knowing what I know, understanding who they are, where they come from, what they about, knowing who I am as a black man, I would have pulled something out on you. I'm just saying. Anyway, take a look at this.
know when.
Normal. You also know what gospel says. You should be proud.
Proud about what? About what?
Because you just already distracted us. You could just leave us. Thank you.
Leave us in peace, man.
Hey, you have peace.
I have peace, Simna. I have.
Not peace.
I have peace.
It's not your peace. It's our.
It's our peace.
Then you.
Do you have peace right now?
Your own.
If you had peace, you wouldn't come here to me and ask me what I was doing.
If we didn't.
If you had peace because you're not happy by yourself. No, you are not. You are not at peace. You are lying. Even those who are saying that in the Bible, God is with us, all of us. We are praying the living God. What do you want? What do you want?
Only one door.
Where's the door? Where's the door?
Jesus Christ.
So?
Yeshua.
Did you take him?
Who?
Jesus Christ.
And see, they want to talk about their white Jesus. Get away from me with that. Like, oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh, for you.
No.
I don't have to explain myself to you. That's the problem.
No,
what I'm doing is my business. It's my belief. I don't have to explain myself to you. You are just distracting my peace now. No, sweetie pie.
You have to explain yourself.
No, my darling. Oh, no, we are.
Okay. Oh, wait, there's a little bit more.
When you are the one that your ancestors didn't even live in you, everything. Your grandmother was very poor, you can see when. That's why you are going around judging people when. You didn't even leave you with land. That's why you are stressing now. You are stressing about land. This is not your land, when. Yeah, I did. Because you're just telling us that we are Mtakati. What do you want to hear from me now? I'm going to give you your news now. You can't shut it down. I can pray either. Egameni loyiselo nyalo lomoya oyingcwele Thixo behlelo zasekhaya nabo bayatsha batshise bade bangqungqe bazawungqunqa.
So they were basically accusing this black woman of witchcraft because she's African. If that isn't a racist dog whistle, I don't know what is. Next thing I'm going to show you guys is these Willie Lynch letters. And this is how they got us to be in a state of subjugation for so long. And it worked very well on the Negro. So much so to the point where we still want to breed with these creatures.
Differences among slaves, and I take these differences and I make them bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control purposes. These methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South. Take this simple little list of differences and think about them. On the top of my list is age, but it's there only because it starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There is intelligence, size, sex, sizes of plantations, status on plantations, attitude of owners, whether the slaves live in the valley, on a hill, east, west, north, south, have fine hair, coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I shall give you an outline of action. But before that, I shall assure you that distrust is stronger than trust, and envy stronger than adulation, respect, or admiration. The black slaves, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self-refueling and self-generating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Don't forget, you must pitch the old versus the old black male versus the young black male. The young black male against the old black male. You must use the dark-skinned slaves versus the light-skinned slaves, and the light-skinned slaves versus the dark-skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male, and the male versus the female. You must also have white servants and overseers who distrust all black, but it's necessary that your slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and trust only us. Gentlemen, these kids are your keys to control them. Use them. Have your wives and children use them. Never miss an opportunity. If used intensely for 1 year, the slaves themselves will remain perpetually distrustful. Thank you, gentlemen.
First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for taking their time out to listen to the Willie Lynch letter. But I also want to explain the picture that you see illustrated in front of you. For some people, it may be real simple to get. For others, they might need a little bit of explanation on what the picture may stand for.
All right, I think there's a longer video, but that's the only bit of it that I do have. All right. Now, apparently, there are still lynches going on. Actually, not even apparently. They are still going on. Our people are still dying by the hands of these people. They are still unaliving us left and right. And that's obviously why judgment is up on this land. Here is an admission of this.
Who cares about the process as long as you get it? So yeah, this is a lynching in every sense. This is un-American. I've never seen a situation in my lifetime as a lawyer where somebody's accused of a major misconduct who cannot confront the accuser, call witnesses on their behalf, and have the discussion in the light of day so the public can judge. If this continues in the House, it's a complete sham, and I will do everything I can to make sure it doesn't our national media when it's.
Okay, so he's admitting that this was a lynching. Now, take a look at what these heathens at Fox News have to say about them signing into a bill that lynching would be considered a hate crime. I just want you to look at their reaction to this.
Lynched in America in decades.
Let me rewind it. Here we go.
Instead of tackling inflation or the border, today our president signed a bill to classify lynching as a hate crime. How is this our top priority right now? Nobody.
Because y'all keep killing us. It's because y'all keep killing us. That's why. And we've been asking for these anti-hate crime bills for a long damn time. Stop killing us so we won't have to do these things, but that's not in y'all nature. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Nobody's been lynched in America in decades. Call it whatever you want to.
Well, we haven't been lynched in America in decades. Give me a one if you disagree with that. We just heard about the young man that was unalived and hung from a tree in North Carolina, and that's why they underwater right now. And there was another black man that was also found lynched and hanging from a tree literally like a week ago. And he talking about it ain't happening. This is what I'm saying. These people do not operate in reality. They don't. They don't. They are so strung up on this cognitive dissonance and their copium. They can't even see the reality of what it is for a Negro because they don't want to. Let me see if I can find this article here. Yeah, there was another man that was found hanging from a tree. I think it was Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Not Javion McGee, but there was another guy. Oh, right here in Alabama. Okay, 1 week ago this article was written. Let me show you. Now, this goofy right here says that it hasn't happened in centuries or whatever he said. Well, let's just disprove the lie. Look at this. We already know about McGee. We know about him. But look at this. A disabled Alabama black man was found hanging from a tree. His family believes the police were involved, okay? This Negro, this man right here, was found hanging from a tree in Alabama. And this article was written October 9th, 2024. So literally a little over a week ago, another black man, okay, hanging from a tree. And this devil got the nerve to sit there and say that why is this a priority? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what they do, sis. Abiyahu, Shabbat Shalom, sis. All they do is gaslight. That's all they do. And I'm just not in the point where I'm going to listen to nothing these pale-faced devils got to say anymore, because at the end of the day, all y'all do is lie. That's all you do is lie. As long as it can make you look superior, you'll sit there and lie. And in the day of your destruction and in the day of your judgment, you'll still be cursing the Negro, calling the Negro out his name, and disrespecting the Negro. Even in your fire, pestilence, and destruction, you'll still be talking down on us. Devils. Right. But see, that's how they gaslight us, Aki B. Smur, telling us, oh, it was a suicide. That's all they do is gaslight. That's all they do. It says the family of Denoris Richardson alleges Alabama police were behind his hanging. Obviously, it would definitely be the police. About eight months after finding a black man filed a police brutality. Okay, family. So listen, this Aki right here, this Yahudi, had filed a police report against the police department for police brutality. I wonder if they're the ones who made him handicapped. Now, I don't know if that's what the case is, but he had filed a report against them, and literally shortly thereafter, he was found hanging from a tree. Okay? Oh, you can't expose the colonizer. Can't have you exposing Edom. Let's keep going. About 8 months after black man filed a police brutality lawsuit against the Alabama Police Department, he was found hanging by a rope. Is it a coincidence? His family doesn't think so. Is this the video? I don't know if this is the video. Hold on.
Politics. And this behavior needs to be called out. Recently, talk show host Bill Maher garnered backlash.
Okay, now this is something else. We'll keep going. On Wednesday, October 9th, attorney Roderick Van Daniel filed a motion demanding the Sheffield Police Department hand over body camera video related to the interaction between 38-year-old Denoris Richardson and several officers from earlier this year. The filing is part of the February lawsuit alleging Richardson was subjected to unconstitutional arrest and violence at the hands of the local police officers, despite him being disabled. So he was already disabled, and these devils, they didn't give a dang. They didn't give a dang about it. As a matter of fact, like I said, it goes back to Dabari. They will show no favor to the young or to the old, to the disabled, to the trodden down, to the oppressed, to the broken. They don't care. It's not in their nature to care. The suit claims Richardson was being harassed by the department from November to December of 2022. horrifying brutality allegations. Let me make this bigger, family, so you can see it a little bit better. There we go. Across the incidents, the suit claims officers viciously beat Richardson, compromised his asthma by spraying mace in his face, and denied him food while he was detained inside a jail cell. In one incident, the suit claims one of the officers yelled, "Nobody can help you," at Richardson while he was strapped to a chair where he has been restrained for 3 hours. After most interactions, the suit claims Richardson was falsely charged with assault. Richard's wife, Lee Ann, tells Al.com the Sheffield police harassed him his whole life. By the time he filed the lawsuit, the cops had just arrested him again on drug charges. Richard's wife alleged that they offered to drop the charges if he dropped the suit. Richardson refused. However, his determination for justice may have just been a grisly overshadowing of what would come of Richardson months later. Richardson found dead. Richardson's wife, All.com, he was let out on probation following the arrest, but decided to turn himself in after learning he had to serve he would have to serve his across country, forcing him to move from his 5 children. She told reporters after he left the house she stopped hearing from him. On October 26, Richardson was reported missing. 2 days later, Richardson was found dead. He was hanging by a rope on the porch of an abandoned home near the Mississippi line, where his family said he had no business being. According to a court filing, Richardson's family still haven't received his death certificate. The filing said, however, the autopsy ordered by the Colbert County District Attorney Office ruled his death a suicide. Again, the gaslighting. Every time it comes to what happens to our people, bro, they always want to say it's suicide, suicide, suicide. See, I have to be careful, family, because I'm telling you, sometimes when I see these pale-faced pigs out here, I want to do something to them. I'm not gonna lie, I could walk past them, I could see them. If I'm out and about, and I just be like, you know what, I could just really get over on him right now. He ain't even paying attention. His guard is down. Sometimes in my mind, bro, that thought be there, where I'm like, I could just end him right now. But I have to like stop. But that thought comes into my mind. The thought comes into my mind every time I see these people because of what they continue to do to us. What they continue to do to us. Let's keep going. We spoke to family members that said the last time they'd spoken to Mr. Richardson, he had been depressed, worried about his future as far as the charges he was looking at. He was just down and out. He was giving some of his property away. It appeared to be an apparent suicide, said Colbert County Sheriff Eric Ballantine via Al.com. Suicide or foul play? Richardson's family doesn't think he died by suicide. Now the effort to get justice for police brutality has taken a new shape as they investigate if the cops had anything to do with his death. I can assure you they did. My son was joyful. He didn't have any mental issues. He would never unalive himself. He would not hurt himself, said Bonita Richardson's mother via Al.com. He really was in fear of his life. I think it was a homicide. The family is currently waiting for the results of a private autopsy to return, which could take months per the report. Meanwhile, the motion filed Wednesday requests body camera video footage and jail surveillance footage from incidents prior to Richardson's death. The filing alleges the footage was previously denied to Richardson. And yet they gaslight us and say that this is not still happening.
A hate crime, fine with me, good, it's heinous. But is this the top concern for the American people?
It's for the Negro. It is for the Negro. Okay? The economy is falling because America is falling. Okay? And it's because you devils keep doing the same thing over and over again. And now that y'all suffering and y'all experiencing these curses reversing on y'all and the judgment by the hand of the Most High is coming up on you, now all of a sudden you want to say, oh, that's insensitive. That's insensitive. It ain't insensitive. It's insensitive. Our people keep dying and y'all keep on saying, oh, well, why does it matter? There are no sundown towns. They don't operate in the same capacity as they did back then. Gaslighting.
The hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. So I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. It's no longer a rational impulse. And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to Black America, because
we don't want nothing from you, dude. We don't want nothing from you. The only thing we want from you is to leave us alone. Stop coming in our neighborhoods. Stop coming around us. Stop chasing after our women. Your white women need to stop chasing that. Just leave us. Just get away from us. Okay? You don't like us so much, then stay away from us. Period. We don't need you. We don't need nothing from you, because all you do is bring destruction.
it doesn't seem like it pays off. Like, I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only outcome.
Okay, and then you laugh about it. You know it's right. You know what we saying, Esau. You know we not lying about that. All right, fam. I got a few more videos I'm going to put up here real quick. Let's see. So I showed you guys the Arab thing. Actually, you know what? The Arab thing, I'm going to save that because I want to do a deeper study on that. So let's get back to the presentation. We're almost done. All right. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I do got something else I want to show you. So I got some videos here from Twitter I want to share with you guys about how these people can't leave us alone. I think it speaks to the wickedness of these people. I'm going to show you guys some videos of what they've been doing to us for so long. We're going to talk a little bit about Tuskegee, but I want to also put a bit of an emphasis on what's going on with our people, the Yahudim that are in Latin America, and, you know, the Yahudim that have been scattered to other places than America. So let me just show you that, because, I mean, if they're Yahudim, we got to make that known too. So this is the first video right here, okay? This is a Yahudi right here. And in Brazil, the Afro-Brazilians are protesting because this black man was killed by the police in Brazil. Okay, same curses, same people, as I keep saying. Let's watch this.
Ser negro no Brasil é você ter a sua humanidade roubada, é você ter todos os seus direitos violados, é você não ter a possibilidade de ir e vir com a tranquilidade.
74%. So the Negro Brazilians make up 52% of the population, but make up 74% of homicide victims. Oh, Father.
Isso mostra a dimensão do racismo, que ele é silenciado todos os dias.
Look at that. Same thing. Black Lives Matter. Also being echoed by the Brazilian Negroes, Afro-Brazilians. Like I said, same plight, same people, same tribe, same nation. And that's what you're not going to see these camps talking about.
O que nós vimos em Porto Alegre é a expressão mais fria e baixa do que é o racismo estrutural, do que é o racismo institucional.
Okay, so we got that video, and I'm going to show you this other video of what some of these Afro-Brazilians are dealing with out there in Brazil. So let me actually scroll down here. Give me a second. Got another video right here. So the Afro-Latinas, and they're talking about the racism that they're experiencing out there in Latin America.
Especially in Latin America, you know, everybody's supposed to be light-skinned.
You're Latina? They're black Latinos?
I am not only black, but I am also Latina.
we're talking about histories that have been marginalized, and you want to tell an accurate history, you want to tell a whole story. People claim identity when that language becomes available, and so the term Afro-Latino was relatively new, particularly people who came during periods of segregation. If you weren't white passing, you were black. When the United States spoke about racial dynamics in a very binary way, of white and black, people had to choose sides. There's not always a language for your identity, but that certainly didn't mask anyone's ethnicity or cultural practices.
Claiming the identity as Afro-Latina is like forcing people to grapple with the fact that we're here and we have been here for 600 years. We built your countries and we're not going anywhere. And
okay, I don't want to, some of the outfits are not very traditional. So I think we're going to skip ahead here. But yeah, okay. Let me rewind it back a little bit here. Okay. All right. I guess we'll stop there because I don't want to show y'all anything that's inappropriate or anything like that. So we'll just stop it there. Okay. So we looked at that. And I'll probably do a better in-depth documentary on like Afro-Brazilians and many of our people. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about, family, is the Tuskegee. All right. It's very important you understand that. What tribe are they? They're Yahudim. I told you they came from Africa. They were brought on the slave ships with us from Negro land. They are Yahudi. They are Yahudim. They are Judah. Tasha's like, the head wrap. Yep, that's us. Facts. Same hair. They wrap their hair the same way, wear their hair the same way. I'm telling you, they are just like us. They are us. All right. We're going to talk a little bit about the Tuskegee experiment because I think that's important for y'all to understand as well. So I'm going to show you guys a thread here that talks about how they basically used us for experimentation. And that's why I didn't take the ouchie ouch. That's why I didn't take the lollipop, because I know history. You feel what I'm saying? And once you know history, bro, you ain't going to fall for nothing they're telling you because these devils never change. All right. Check out this video, family.
600 black men, 399 with syphilis, and 201 without the disease, were induced to participate in the experiment. Nearly all of them were poorly educated, impoverished sharecroppers. In exchange for participating, they were promised free medical exams, hot meals, and a burial stipend. The men with syphilis were not told they were infected and were not treated, even after penicillin was discovered to be an effective cure for the disease in the 1940s.
Wow.
Over the course of
so our beloved sister Carolyn just gifted 20 memberships to some people in the chat. Thank you so much, sis. All praises to the Most High. I appreciate that very, very much. Shout out to you. We got a lot of members now in here. All praises. Hold on, wait. Let me see what's going on here. Give me 1 second. So she just gifted some memberships. So y'all be sure to show her some love. Let me see who all became a member here. She just gifted a whole bunch of people with memberships. So y'all show her some love for real. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me go to this video. Go to the chat. Okay. So let's see here. Everybody that she gifted a membership. So she gifted memberships to Frida, Shaul, Tim, Yah for Life, Joy, Mad Hatter, Marlene, Tonio, Cornelius, Regina, Roshan, On the Lookout, Chris, Eric Dowell, Shamika Gray, Walking His Ways. Let's see, who else? Unite and Create Life, Maurice Julie. Let's see, Cece. Shout out to you. Revelation of Mankind, Adalam Ban Yahawada. Rashawn fears and loves Yahuwah. Okay, cool. All praises to the Most High. Okay, Frank Abereg is now a member. All praises. Debar Yah Aharan. Yeah, all praises, all esteem to Yahuwah. Thank you so much, sis. I think that everybody that received this is very, very grateful. So thank you again, sister, for showing love and putting people on to the memberships. All praises to the Most High. We appreciate you, beloved. Okay, so let's get back to this, family.
The experiment. 128 participants died of syphilis or syphilis-related complications. 600 black men, 399 with syphilis and 201 without the disease, were induced to participate in the experiment. Nearly all of them were poorly educated, impoverished sharecroppers. In exchange for participating, they were promised free medical exams, hot meals, and a burial stipend. The men with syphilis were not told they were infected and were not treated, even after penicillin was discovered to be an effective cure for the disease in the 1940s. Over the course of the experiment, 128 participants died of syphilis or syphilis-related complications. 600 black men, 399 with syphilis.
Okay, so that's the video right there. And we're going to look a little bit more deeper at this because I got videos. I got evidence. So first, let me show you this video. Now, this is actually the first video I've seen of Candace Owens talk about this. But what she does, because she's a tap dancer, is she'll blame it on the government. Okay, and say, oh, the government did this to Negroes. Woo, 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 woo. But you won't say it's the people that you pander to. You won't say it's the white man. I will. I'll say it's the white man because it was white men behind it. Let me just show you. Look at this. I see Caucasians, white. Okay? So why are you saying the government? Say it's the white man. Don't sit there and try to protect them because you married to them and you laid up with the colonizer. I see white men, okay? So don't be talking about it. If you're not going to talk about it and admit that the white man was behind it, then that's part of the problem because it is the pale-faced devil that did this to our people. It is them. You can see the white man right there. Look at that. But she going to say, it's the government. It's the government. No, it's the white devil that runs the government. That's who it is. Anyway, let me show y'all this video from her.
Hello and welcome. If you have been on the internet over the last week, you've probably seen a lot of people posting about the Tulsa.
She a bed wench, bro. She really is. And she just irritates my ruach a lot. Yeah, she talks about certain truths and stuff like that, but she refuses to say it's the white man is the problem. And obviously you don't think that because you laid up with him and had babies with him with your bastard-ass mixed children.
Race riots, which is interesting. It feels like right now we're doing Black History in June. And of course, it's relative because everything that has to do with racial injustice is relevant today.
Sauce.
People want to dig up history and talk about it. So you know what? Today, I'm going to dig up some history and I'm going to talk about it. I have an event, a Black History event that I would like to discuss on my show today. And it is the Tuskegee experiment. How many of you guys are familiar with that? It was actually officially called the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male. And this study began in 1932, and it was conducted by the United States Public Health Service, which is a division, by the way, of the Department of Human Health Services, and also the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. The purpose of the study was to observe the natural history of untreated syphilis, but that is not what the Black Americans that were enrolled in the study were told. Our government decided to enroll 600 impoverished.
The white man, okay? You say the government, which is really just a very vague blanket term. Well, we know who ran it, okay? A bunch of white, stinky, Jewish, Yiddish, European white men stood around together in a room and said, you know what? Let's try out and make the Negro a lab rat. A bunch of stinky white men, sweaty, bald, stinky white men were gathered together in a room, okay? And they said, we gonna get these Negroes. We gonna get these. It was the white man. That's what it was. You don't want to say the government. Let's say who was the face of that, because we know who it is. I'm just saying.
Black sharecroppers from Alabama, 399 of them which had syphilis. And they told them, the government came and said, we're going to give you free health care. We're here to help. I love it. The government is always here to help. They didn't give them any information pertaining to their diagnosis. And of course, they were not actually there to help. While they were told they were going to be treated for bad blood, which was kind of a catchphrase for a bunch of things, it could have been for fatigue, it could have been for anemia, they actually just wanted to watch these men die. That was the purpose. Penicillin became widely available in 1943. So all they had to do was offer these participants a pill, penicillin, and they would have been treated. They would have been fine, but they did not want to treat them. They knew it was effective. They could have saved lives. Instead, they watched them. They told them, by the way, that the experiment was only going to last for 6 months. The study we're doing, it's going to last for 6 months, the government said. We're here to help. 6 months. It didn't last for 6 months. Again, 1932, it went on until 1972. These men were dying. They were going blind. Some of them were going crazy, and nobody said anything. In fact, and this is to me the sickest piece of the entire story, some of them went to their private doctors. I don't know what's going on, doctor. I'm sick. I don't know what's going on. I'm going blind. I'm going crazy. And our government contacted their private doctors and said, hey, don't treat these guys. We're actually observing them. They're a part of a study that they don't know that they're in, so please don't treat them. So doctors knew that their patients had syphilis, knew that they had to solve for that syphilis. They knew that they could have given them a pill and saved their lives, and they declined to do so because our government told them not to. Wow. That was until the 1960s when a guy by the name of Peter Buxton, who was a venereal disease investigator in San Francisco, who was also working for the Department of Health, found out about this experiment. He said, this is wrong. This study is wrong. He expressed his concerns that it was unethical. And do you want to know what our government did? Well, they conducted a review. They said, we should look at this. Peter seems upset. Let's look and see if this is the wrong thing. Maybe we should actually see if we should stop this study. Do you want to know what they concluded at the end? They concluded that actually, no, we're going to keep letting these men die. It's ethical. We're going to keep it going on. The Department of Health and the CDC decided to still let more men die. So that guy, Peter, did the right thing, and he leaked it to the press. And in 1972, only because it was leaked to the press, the study was shut down. Only because people found out about what they were doing did our government decide to do the right thing and stop it. It's 40 years of watching men die. By that time in 1972, 128 of the participants were dead from syphilis or related complications. 40 of their spouses were diagnosed with syphilis, and the disease had been passed to 19 children at birth. It's unbelievable to think about that. It's unbelievable to think that the CDC and our Department of Health, who is supposed to be preventing death, would allow men to.
They're white, Candace. I mean, she's just, you know what? She's almost insufferable for me. She was like, oh, it's so surprising. They're white. I mean, dude, it doesn't get more clear than that. And when you don't know who you are, and you're not able to put this all together, understand that the white man is basically the devil. I ain't afraid to say, I'll say it, the white man's the devil. Yeah, you feel away? I don't care. It's the truth. It is the truth. Nobody has been used by the devil more than the white man. That's why they got a white Jesus that the whole world believes in. But they don't believe in Yahushua HaMashiach. You know why? Because he's Negro. All right? The white man is the devil. And I will continue to say it until people, you know what I'm saying, accept it. But they probably won't because, you know, they're white. I'm not afraid to say that, bro. All right? I'm not afraid to say that. I will continue to say that because the white man has proven himself to be the devil. Matter of fact, in case you don't believe me, let me show you this. Look at this. Let me just show you this just in case you doubt what I'm saying is true. This right here is the white power symbol. But guess what it also is? The 666, okay? Look at that. White, WP, white power, okay? And guess who throws it up? The Proud Boys. The white man is the devil, gang. He is the devil. Okay? You don't have to agree. I don't need you to agree. I know the truth. It's right in front of your face. Y'all just don't want to see it. These are Satan's children. Okay? Now, I'm not saying you can't accept Yahuwah. Yahuwah should be grafted in, right? But if you don't accept him, you are the devil's child. You are the devil's offspring for real. Okay? So it's not a game. All right? And I'm going to continue to call these things out because these people is going to continue to kill us and colonize us and do all these things. And I'm going to be that young Yahudi Negro that continues to call out the oppressor until the Most High wipes these people off this earth. The ones who is unrepentant. They going to get what they deserve. Now, as we continue to do this, we're going to move on. But you notice she refuses to call out the white man. Let's talk about the Congo, the Congolese people, and what they actually, before we do, let me just show you this report here. All right. This is from the thing we were just talking about. Syphilis victims in study went untreated for 40 years. Okay. This is from the New York Times. All right. This is talking about the Negroes. And I'm not going to read the whole thing because she already kind of took you through it. But let's just show you some more of the crimes of the Caucasian. That isn't talked about, is barely mentioned, is barely discussed. We're going to look at this thread here. This is from African and Black history. As I said, you can clearly see the pale-faced devil setting these people up for this, okay? But look at this right here. A white man, untreated syphilis in the male Negro, background and current state of patents in the Tuskegee study, okay? And you can see a Negro being injected with this stuff. Look at this. I see white, all right? I see Caucasian, okay? Negroes, Caucasians, okay? They're the ones behind this. Let's keep going. Germ warfare declared against blacks, okay? By who? The white man. Look at that. Look. Y'all's daughter's here. Hey, sis, all praises to the Most High. So good to see you. Look at this. J. Marion Sims, the father of modern gynecology, purchased black women slaves and used them as guinea pigs for his untested surgical experiments. He repeatedly performed general surgery on black women without anesthesia because, according to him, black women don't feel pain. Okay? Here's another piece of history and the attack on black women, okay, by these devils here. All right? Reference Slave Life in Georgia, narrative of the life of sufferings and escape of John Brown, a fugitive slave. Right here. It's another book if you want to do some research. Boy, these people are just inhumane in every single way. Let's keep going. What else we got here? It says Oregon State Penitentiary Experiment, 1963 to 1971. Black prisoners were injected with radioactive compound called thymidine into their testicles. Henrietta Lacks. I've talked about her before. I actually talked about her in the study I did about the uniqueness of the Israelite black woman, and we talked about Henrietta Lacks. Henrietta Lacks, whose cells were taken without her knowledge in 1951, became one of the most important tools in medicine. Her cells became vital for developing the polio, ouch, ouch, cloning, gene mapping, in vitro fertilization, and more. This black woman had immortal regenerative cells, and they found this. And they ended up taking her cells without her permission, and they used her cells, her immortal Yahudi cells, to create these things to unalive Negroes, which is the VXX. Okay? Right here it says, German colonizers in Nambia, due to their interest in evolutionary theory and missing links, executed inmates and decapitated them. Herero women were required to remove all flesh from the heads to create clean skulls suitable for shipment for study in German institutes. Oh, Father, help us. Oh boy. All they did was make us lab rats, man. That's all they did to us, man. That is all they did. Well, I don't know why they did. They won't use it on their own people. And much to even today, when it comes to the VXX, same thing, family. Same damn thing. All right, we're gonna keep moving. I'm gonna show you guys some other disturbing stuff here in a second. Look at this image. World's highest standard of living. And what do you see? The devils. And look at all these black people at the unemployment line. That just hits different, doesn't it? To think a government agency would not be involved in something like this, think again. Look into the Tuskegee experiment where the government went to surrounding hospitals and threatened doctors to not treat any of the syphilitic men who were being lied to about being treated. And of course, we got the receipts. I don't know if I'm going to read this whole thing, though. All right. I'm going to show you guys this video as well. This is another woman talking about the Afro-Latinas.
Afro-Latinos and African Americans suffer from discrimination at the hands of Latinos who claim that their racially mixed cultures immunize them from being racist. I call this the Latino racial innocence cloak that veils Latino complicity in U.S. racism. When I tell people that part of my research is on the topic of anti-Blackness in Latino communities and explain, yes, that is a thing, light-skinned and fair-skinned Latinos often react by telling me that Latinos and African Americans get along and frequently live in neighboring areas or the very same buildings. In other words, they're conveying that they do not believe anti-Blackness is a real issue in Latino communities, at least not like it is in white non-Hispanic communities. While it would certainly be ideal if Latinos were all truly colorblind and incapable of committing racist acts, as an Afro-Latina myself, I do not have the luxury of indulging in the fantasy of a Latino racial mixture utopia.
Click the link in the bio to
Unmasking Latino anti-Black bias in the struggle for equality. Like I said, I gotta keep telling y'all, these pale-faced Latinos, pale-faced Latinas, they are colonizers. They have colonizer blood in them. That's why they look white. Okay, and they are just as bad as the white man because that's who their father is. That's who they come from. That is what is searing through their veins is white man's blood. Okay. They're just as bad as the Caucasians we deal with and these Indians and all these other heathens. You feel me? And they treat the Negro Latinas and Latinos like trash. It's not a game. Let's keep going. All right, now look at this.
Leopold II from Belgium over the Congo Free State, the territory now known.
This is King Leopold. All right, and we got to talk about what he did in the Congo to the African people. Another pale-faced devil. All right. So let's look at this because I'm about to connect some dots for you real quick. So we're going to look at Leopold and what he did to these Congolese people here.
The Congo was one of only a handful of places in the world where rubber grew wild, and Leopold acted quickly to exploit it. He formed the Force Publique, an army of Belgians and Africans, and got them to force Congolese natives into rubber harvesting. It was dangerous work and required scaling the tops of trees where the valuable vines hung. Leopold's rush to corner the world's rubber market led to a whole new form of slavery in the Congo, and a reign of terror so brutal it would become the worst genocide in African history. It began with a hard leather whip called a shikot.
And the shikot basically flayed open the skin, so that apparently after 20 strokes you were
facts.
And if you
And I want y'all to understand these Congo people from the Congo are also Israelites. And sometimes the Hamites join with Leopold to oppress them as well. Okay? Just like the Hamites join with the Europeans to bring us, into slavery. Okay? So don't think because you see black and black that there weren't Hamite African colonizers that work with the colonizer to go after the Yahudim or to go after Israelites. Okay, so just when you see black, don't think that they're the same people because they're not. We would not do this to our own people. All right, this is an outside African Hamite tribe that did this to our people, much like with the slave trade. The Hamites work with the Europeans to bring us into slavery. Same thing.
had the misfortune to have 50 strokes or 100 strokes, you died. So it became synonymous with Leopold's rule, and it was a horrible, feared instrument of torture.
But to the outside world, the Congo seemed like a perfect colony, profitable, productive, and civilized, all thanks to King Leopold. Meanwhile, inside the Congo, things went from bad to worse. When the rubber workers inevitably collapsed from exhaustion, starvation, or disease, the force publique shot them and were ordered to cut off their hands.
The force publique were issued with bullets, and the officers who were commanding these mercenaries wanted to see results. So for one of these soldiers not to get punished, if he was sent out with 10 cartridges, he had to have 10 hands of his victims. It's proof that he hadn't wasted his bullets. Often, of course, some of these bullets had been wasted, so there was this extraordinary pictures you get.
So they cut off their hands. Leopold commissioned this to happen to the Congolese people.
Of living Congolese who, while they were still alive, had had their hands severed. Leopold set new standards.
But what if I tell you, family, that's not the worst part? It's actually way worse than this. Let me show you something. You see this chocolate right here? This is a representation of what happened to the Congolese people. And these freaking Europeans sold this chocolate to kids, to their European family members, based upon what happened to the Congolese people. Okay? The chocolate hands of Belgium. Okay? That's what this is. This represents the Negro slaves, the Congolese people that have their hands chopped off by this European. Again, how is the white man not the devil? How is the white man not the devil? Help me understand. Help me understand how the white man is not the Caucasian, pale-faced, blue-eyed, blonde-haired devil is not literally Satan. Oh, my. Family, I know some of this stuff is hard to watch because it's hard for me to even show this to you. Boy. Heartbreaking. But this is what we've been dealing with for so long. And that's why the judgment that's coming upon the heathen will be greater than we've ever imagined. It will not be light. It will not be minimalistic. It'll be a strong, powerful, swift judgment. I won't even say swift. I think it's going to be long and arduous upon these Gentiles. They've gotten away with too much for too long, and they have not changed. They have not reformed their ways. They are just getting worse and worse and worse. It's going to have to come by the hand of the Most High. Just wickedness. Just total wickedness. Oh, Father, help us all. All right, family. I'm going to keep this going. But this just goes to show the hate that is in these people's hearts towards us. All right, this is another video about Leopold and these Christian missionaries.
Letter from King Leopold II of Belgium to colonial missionaries, 1883. Reverends, fathers, and dear compatriots, the task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelization must inspire above all Belgium interests. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. This they know already. They speak and submit to a Mungu, one Nzambi, one Nzakomba, and what else I don't know. They know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie and to insult is bad. Have courage to admit it. You are not going to teach them what they know already. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrials, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be the best to protect your interests in that part.
Okay, you hear that? They already knew Yahuwah. These are Israelites we're talking about here. These are Northern Kingdom Israelites. We already knew Yahuwah, okay? But they wanted to manipulate us with Christianity, family, okay? This is being admitted right here in this time. These were Christian missionaries, Europeans, okay, that followed after Rome and they had the same way as Rome, right? These were Christian missionaries that came there to colonize Negroes who already knew Yahuwah, okay? Just keep that in mind.
Part of the world. For these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our savages from the richness that is plenty in their underground. To avoid that, they get interested in it and make you murderous competition and dream one day to overthrow you. Your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find texts ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty, like, happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven, and it's very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. You have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish warfare protection, which they pretend not to want to abandon, and you must do everything in your power to make it disappear. Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, for they won't revolt when the recommendation of the priest is contradictory to their parents' teachings. The children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who is the father of their soul. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirit in the schools. Teach students to read and not to reason. There, dear patriots, are some of the principles that you must apply. You will find many other books which will be given to you at the end of this conference. Evangelize the niggers so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists, so they never revolt against the restraints they are undergoing. Recite every day. Happy are those who are weeping because the kingdom of God is for them. Convert always the blacks by using the whip. Keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. Force them to pay you in sign of recognition goats, chicken, or eggs every time you visit their villages. And make sure that niggers never become rich. Sing every day that it's impossible for the rich to enter heaven. Make them pay tax each week at Sunday Mass. Use the money supposed for the poor to build flourishing business centers. Institute a confessional system, which allows you to be good detectives, denouncing any black that has a different consciousness contrary to that of the decision maker. Teach the niggers to forget their heroes and to adore only ours. Never present a chair to a black that comes to visit you. Don't give him more than 1 cigarette. Never invite him for dinner, even if he gives you a chicken every time you arrive at his house. The speech, which shows the real intention of the Christian missionary journey in Africa, was exposed to the world by Mr. Mukwani Bukoko, born in the Congo in 1915, and who in 1935, while working in the Congo, bought a second-hand Bible from a Belgian priest who forgot the speech in the Bible.
Boy, it's tough stuff. White people were actually eating us. Straight up children of Satan. Who knows what the elites are doing today? And this is also something I want to share with y'all. Check this out. It's a short video.
Specialize in eating us. A lot of us were sold just as culinary things during the slave trade. So we just focus on this chain and stuff, but a lot of us were just good eating. And a lot of Europeans got in the slave trade for the eating. Yeah, they cooked it. They were actually cooking black people. They hang you up, but they had a fire underneath you. They were cooking us and selling the oil. They sold Nat Turner's oil as aphrodisiac right here in America.
Wow. Their sins have stacked up to high heaven. And the Most High, all I know is what he will do will be unimaginable. Yeah. All right. I have a few things I want to show you guys, but I don't know if I can show it here because it's talking about planned, you know what. Has to do with those sinners that unalive, unborn. Yeah. I don't think I can show you that here, so I'm going to skip that. All right, let me show you this next video. This is about this black woman. She's talking about how the slavery of the Irish is not the same as what the Negro went through because they were indentured servants. They were not slaves. Take a look.
Why were the Irish not considered white when they first immigrated to the United States? It would be inaccurate to say that Irish folks were ever suffering the same indignities and dehumanization as Black or Indigenous folks on that ranking system of white supremacy, but they definitely weren't right at the top with whiteness. And we can see this under the myth of Irish enslavement. Irish folks were never enslaved under chattel slavery the same way that African folks were. Irish people did have to endure forced labor, but it wasn't passed on by a matter of them being Irish. In 1662, there was a law in the Virginia colonies called Partus Sequitur Ventrum, which basically said that if a woman is enslaved and she's an African woman, then her children are automatically enslaved under a condition of being Black. What the Irish suffered in the United States was called indentured servitude. Indentured servitude was a system of forced labor where the person had a contract and was usually indentured or forced to work without pay in order to repay a debt. So yes, it was slavery, but it wasn't chattel slavery because you could not buy, sell, or trade an indentured servant. You could buy their debts and then have them work for you to repay that debt, but it was totally different than chattel slavery, but it was still messed up. Indentured servitude and chattel slavery were both outlawed in 1865 with the 13th Amendment, except as a punishment for crime, which is a whole other conversation to be had. Both systems were horrible, but there's a little difference in the amount of oppression and the racialized context behind them. So when we say that Irish people were not white, what we're actually saying is that they didn't have the same privileges afforded by white supremacy that white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and other white peoples from Europe were afforded. Irish people in the United States faced ethnic, classist, religious, and xenophobic discrimination. That's true. But the way that Irish people were assimilated into whiteness or finally viewed as accepted into whiteness is a really interesting history too. It's also a little racist. Race is a construct or a human invention that was created to rank and differentiate and separate people based on our natural human differences. Natural human differences are real, like differences in our skin tone, hair texture, facial features, etc., but that's not what race is. Race is all of the politics and meaning associated and tied to those. As Dr. Dorothy Roberts says, race is a political category that has been disguised as a biological one. When you're categorized by the system that is race, you are racialized, and people have been racialized differently depending on what the politics and society that have been controlling our behavior needed at the time. Starting in around the 1840s, Irish people were subjected to similar racialization and stereotypes that Black people were, saying who was and wasn't desirable, who acted uncivilized, and other things of that nature that are incredibly racist. From the jump in the US, Irish folks were allowed to go to white-only spaces, were allowed to marry and have children with other white people, but the issue here really is that they didn't have the same privileges and rights as other white folks. Irish folks already had an incredible amount of passing privilege, meaning that they would be perceived as white until it was maybe demonstrated that they were Catholic instead of Protestant, or that they started speaking with an accent. An excellent book that talks about all of this is called How the Irish Became White, and I recommend reading it. Ever since 1878, literal US courts have litigated the issue of whether certain groups are white or not. The unfortunate fact about how Irish folks became white in the context of the US is that they started contributing to the oppression of Black Americans. It's kind of difficult to articulate, but essentially, early Irish immigrants started to demonstrate that they could be more harsh and more brutal in their treatment of Black Americans than the people who were already considered white. This happened during chattel slavery, where many Irish immigrants did not own slaves, but became overseers and essentially carried out the will of the slave-owning masters. And this continued in places like New York and Boston, where Irish immigrants became in control of the police force. By organizing politically and becoming tools of white supremacy, Irish folks were allowed to assimilate into whiteness. Irish American history provides a pretty unique example about how permeable and inconsistent the rules of white supremacy can be. So while today Irish folks are perceived to be white, even that's problematic because not everyone in Ireland is white. A person's perceived or actual connection to whiteness, as well as the extent to which they uphold white supremacy, are all privileged in the system that we exist in, which is white supremacy. Checking and using our privilege, as well as learning our actual history and why we have these categories in the first place, are all phenomenal tactics to start disrupting white supremacy. This is not about being ashamed of your history or trying to rewrite it. It's about knowing the truth and learning how it affects your present.
All right, now, Sister Kiera had just mentioned the delectable Negro, and I'll probably have to do a little bit of a deeper examination of that. I'm going to show you guys a few things here about how they were eating Negroes, these Caucasians. It's very much true. And I have the book. And maybe at some point, like I said, we'll do a deeper study on it. But yes, they were eating Negroes' flesh. And let me show you a few things here. We'll start with this. Europeans ate slaves. Read the delectable Negro. In the 12th century, wealthy Europeans ate the remains of ancient Egyptians as medicine. They thought they could heal themselves by eating body parts. Bitumen and asphalt, a black resinous medicine scraped out from ancient Egyptian mummies. Okay, so yes, Caucasians, Europeans were eating mummies, eating dead, Egyptians and stuff like that. And this is just a little bit of proof. Since the 12th century, Europeans have been eating Egyptian mummies as medicine. In later centuries, unmummified corpses were passed off as mummy medicine, and eventually some Europeans no longer cared whether the bodies they were ingesting had been mummified or not. Ew. Disgusting, bro. They were over here digging up mummies and eating their flesh. I kid you not. Oh, gosh. Just disgusting. Now, let me show you this video here. This might kind of rock you to the core.
Well, last year I posted a video about Nat Turner. He's a slave that led the slave rebellion and killed a lot of white folk there in Virginia. Well, I was curious as to why he was buried. And I did some research and I was shocked at what I found out. Right after he was lynched, they cut off his head. They wanted to use that for research. And then they skinned him, made purses out of him. Then they boiled him down to grease. And they gave all his bones away as souvenirs. So I have enough for him to bury. And there are some accounts that suggest that he was eaten by some of them. And these low-down sons of bitches got the nerve to call Africans and indigenous people savages. They're the savages, low-down, dirty sons of bitches.
All right, now I'm going to share a little bit of this book here that I have with you guys, some more literature. And this is called, this is from the book, The Delectable Negro. So we're going to just read a little bit of it. I have the full book, and for those who want to read it, I'll post it in the Discord, the PDF section. But look, let's just read some of this, okay? So this says cannibalism in the transatlantic context. And actually, let me make this a little bit bigger. I can see it better. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's read it. It says, contention that somewhere between European denial and African accusation, a new species of civilized white cannibal was born. This white cannibal was unique to the Middle Passage and transatlantic slavery. In addition to literal acts of eating, carving, and cooking flesh, European and American whites developed a culture of cannibalism, wherein daily acts of violence, religious conversion, slave seasoning, and breaking and sexual brutality all fed into the master's appetite for what? For African flesh and souls. Many historical texts on this subject of slavery describe the importance of the process of seasoning for breaking men and women and making them into docile slaves, elaborating on the culinary connotations of the word seasoning, season, to heighten or improve the flavor of food by adding condiments, spices, herbs, or the like. I linked the physically brutal culture of seasoning to the parallel development of erotic appetites, tastes, and aesthetic longing for the black male. Oh, gosh. This broader understanding of seasoning is important as it helps explain how institutional processes such as Christian indoctrination, male fraternal love and bonding, and the acquisition of literacy facilitated the social consumption of the Negro and the creation of a high cultural premium upon African flesh. Let's keep reading. Lilburn Lewis, a Kentucky slave owner, make this bigger. There we go. A Kentucky slave owner owned a considerable number of slaves whom he drove constantly, fed sparingly, and lashed severely. According to abolitionist Lydia Maria Child, Lewis was a typical plantation owner whom most in the local community probably respected and looked to as a model citizen in terms of his treatment of his slaves. In 1826, he would commit crimes against his slaves that would cause his community to ostracize him and pursue legal restraint. He committed suicide while awaiting criminal trial. It is hard to say from the evidence if George, a young recalcitrant slave on Lewis's plantation, was a favorite, or if Lewis consciously chose him, as many masters did, as the object of ritualized violence and as an emblem of his manhood and noble social stature. All we know for sure is that George, like many on the plantation, often went hungry, suffered the lash too often, and grew to despise and resist his condition of bondage. George provoked his master's penchant for punishment by frequently running away in addition to disobeying. Sent to the spring one day to collect water in an elegant pitcher, George made the horrible mistake of letting the pitcher fall and standing by and watching as it dashed to shivers on the rocks. As punishment for George's transgression, his master bound him to a wooden plank in the manner of a butcher, quartered him with an axe, and cooked his severed body parts and pieces of flesh over a billowing fire. My, family. Absolutely disgusting. We'll read this last part. George was called up and by the assistance of his younger brother laid on a broad bench or block. The master then cut off his ankles with a broad axe. In vain the unhappy victim screamed. Not a hand among so many dared to interfere. Having cast the feet into the fire, he, the master, lectured the Negroes at some length. He then proceeded to cut off his limbs below the knees. The sufferer besought him to begin with his head. It was in vain. The master went on thus until trunk, arms, and head were all in the fire, still protracting the intervals with lectures and threatenings of like punishment in case any of them were disobedient, or ran away, or disclosed the tragedy that were compelled to witness. In order to consume the bones, the fire was briskly stirred until midnight. Wow. Boy. Kind of just leaves you speechless, man. But the white man is a savage, bro. This is the type of stuff that they do. You know what I'm saying? And we're not savage enough to want to do that to them. Right? We just going to let Yahuwah deal with them. Because there ain't nothing that I could do to them or you could do to them that's going to be satisfying enough. It's going to be what Yahuwah does. So I would just say, I understand we mad, we angry about a lot of things. But, you know, let Yahuwah do what he gonna do. He'll deal with them. He will deal with them. All right, family. Since we're talking about medical exploitation and experimentation, I'm going to show you this next video. They took a black man who was dying and they put a pig organ into his body. Of all animals, you're going to put an unclean beast into this man's body. Devils. Take a look.
In an historic first, a kidney from a genetically modified pig has been successfully transplanted into a human. As William Brangham reports, the technique used in the surgery last weekend is a big step forward and could have wide implications.
The patient here is a 62-year-old black man whose kidneys were failing and he was on dialysis for years. This kind of human-to-animal transplant, known as xenotransplantation, is one that researchers hope to do more of because there aren't nearly enough human organs for the thousands of people in need. But putting animal tissue into a human body is complicated. The body often rejects foreign tissue. So in this case, scientists removed several genes from the pig that can trigger that rejection.
Oh, boy. You can't tell me these people don't know what they're doing. We know damn well what they are doing. Now, I want to show you guys a quote from, I believe it was Thomas Jefferson. He said something about us being Hebrews. And I have it here somewhere in my, oh yeah, and by the way, just in case you forget who owned the slave ships, Amalek did. Let's see here. It's not this one. Thomas Jefferson, no. Let's see, hold on. I got it in here somewhere. Let me scroll it out a little bit. Okay. So let me see if I can find it, fam. So I got a bunch of these videos I put together for you guys. That's not it. We watched that one already. Okay, you know what? I think it is further down. I think it was the first one we saw, the Thomas Jefferson thing. Let's see. I think it was this one.
That the money made from slavery just dissolved and went.
For the robbery of America from the natives and the kidnapping and enslaving of the blacks, the children of Israel. Here it is right here. He said, 1785, indeed I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. Okay? And he admitted that Negroes, not the natives, but the Negroes were the children of Yasharal.
Up into the air. It went into companies and businesses, and not even tracing and blaming those corporations. Those corporations hired people and paid their salaries and their benefits and gave them the ability.
Somebody said, what was the name of the book? The book that I was just reading? It's called The Delectable Negro. Let me show you real quick what it is, so if you want to read it. But, I mean, that was just a few pages from the book, but it's disturbing. It's disturbing to say the least. I mean, with a title like that, I guess you would know it would be. But this is the book. If you guys, like I said, to the Discord family, I have the. If I don't have the book in the Discord already, I'll post it there if you want to read it yourself. But this is the book right here, The Delectable Negro. Yeah. All right, let's get back to this.
To raise families and to pass wealth on through the generations. This money is what made America financially stable. The market value of slaves in 1860 was greater than the market value of every railroad, factory, and bank combined.
And family, it's no joke. Like, that's why I say when they say make America great again, they are talking about slavery, because slavery was the most lucrative venture for them. Okay, it was the most lucrative thing that they had. And look at this. This is the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, okay? And you see all of these people. I've showed you this before, but it's just more proof of who we are, family, okay? Badaya, Aya, Afalaya, Ayagala, Banya, Yakolaba, Anya, Oyaniya, Kaniya, Aniya, Tataya, Afaria, Matya, Yala, Yama, Aya, Ayaka, Yakamba. Okay? They all have Yah or Yahoo in their name. And you could see they were taking children as young as 4 years old. Look at this right here. 4 years old, a little girl, a little Yahudi girl. Okay? Just like they tell you that they would have no respect for the young or for the older, the Yahudim, same thing. But y'all see right here in this Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, you see a bunch of Yahudim with Yah in their name, either Yah or Yahoo. Like I said, there's just too much proof, bro, of who we are. We already know this, but I mean, to the people who don't know, now you know. Let me show y'all this next video.
Hitler kills 2 million white people. He's the most evil man that ever lived. Leopold kills 20 million Africans. He still does not appear on the list of the most wicked people that ever lived on the earth. There must be something wrong with this narrative. Totally something wrong with that narrative. It can be right by day, by night, by numbers, by mathematics, by ethnography. It cannot be right. That the whole world watches the massacre of black people and says nothing.
Facts. Facts. But when it comes to white Jews, cry about it. And we'll just continue to remind you. All right, there's something else I want to show you guys. So I showed you this. Take a look at this right here. This is John Adams, who was the second president of the United States of America. He says, I will insist that Hebrews have contributed more to civilized men than any other nation. So there's a white man saying this. If I was an atheist and believed in blind eternal fate, I should still believe that fate had ordained the Jews to be the most essential instrument for civilizing the nations. They are the most glorious nation that ever inhabited this earth. The Romans and their empire were but a bubble in comparison to the Jews or the Yahudim. They were, or actually, Salaki, the black Jews. I haven't done that in a while. They have given religion to 3/4 of the globe and influenced the affairs of mankind more and more happily than any other nation, ancient or modern. Okay, and you know Negroes built this nation. That's a fact. Okay, they can't take that away from us. All right. Now we're going to close this out, family, because, boy, this has been a good stream. I'm going to open up the chat or if you guys want to call in, I want to hear you guys' take on some of the things we've been talking about. So let's just finish this up. All right, so we're just going to go through the remnant of what we have left here, and then I'm going to open up the chat if you guys have anything you want to say. All right, Uyakara, Leviticus 26, verse 40, they shall confess their sins, Yasharal, and the sins of their fathers, that they have transgressed and neglected me, and that they have walked perversely before me. Uyakara, Leviticus 26, 41, and I walk with them with a perverse mind, and I will destroy them in the land of their enemies. Then shall their uncircumcised heart be ashamed, and then shall they acquiesce in the punishment of their sins. So what does acquiesce mean? Acquiesce means to turn back to him. It means to relent. It means to accept the punishment and come back to the Father, which we are doing right now as we speak. Okay, so we've seen the curses, we've seen the fulfillment of these curses, but now we are in that moment of acquiescement to come back into covenant with Yahuwah, to come back to him, okay, in all righteousness and truth. All right. All right. Uyakara, Leviticus 26, 42 through 46, and I will remember the covenant of Jacob, the covenant of Isaac, and the covenant of Abraham. Will I remember? And I will remember the land, and the land shall be left of them. Then the land shall enjoy her Shabbats when it is deserted through them. And they shall accept the punishment of their iniquities. Okay, requiesce, right? Because they neglected my judgments, and their soul loathed my ordinances. And yet not even thus, while they were in the land of their enemies, did I overlook them, nor did I loathe them, so as to consume them, to break my covenant made with them, for I am Yahuwah their Eluah. So he said, I didn't abandon you. I'm just chastising you. I'm just whooping your rebellious behind. But I am not done with you, because if I abandon Yasharal, then the covenant that I said I was going to restore you back to would no longer have any power. Okay, he made a covenant with Abraham, and he told Abraham that his children would rebel. He told Abraham that we would be, enslaved 400 years. But even in that chastisement, the Most High loves us enough where he has not let us go. He has not let us go. He is not going to break the covenant he made with Abraham, okay? Therefore, he's going to remember the covenant of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. He's going to restore his people back to the land and back to the position, and those blessings are still yours to have. Now, as I said before, the blessings that we were supposed to get, we got the curses. But those blessings are not unattainable, okay? You just have to repent. You have to walk upright. You have to continue to keep the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High, and be obedient. Believe in Yahushua HaMashiach. You need Yahushua HaMashiach to come back into covenant with Yahuwah, because his covenants work in blood, okay? So you have to have the blood of the Lamb in order to come back in covenant with him, okay? Once you're back in covenant with him, you keep the laws, you keep the commandments, and when he brings us back home and he judges the heathens, you will be the kings and queens he has promised you will be. Okay? It's just follow him. Don't be like our ancestors, as I said. So let me read 44 again. And yet, not even thus, while they were in the land of their enemies, did I overlook them. He never overlooked you, nor did he loathe you, so as to consume you. Okay, he could have destroyed us. He could have let the heathen destroy us, but he said no. He said, nor did I loathe them as to consume them, to break my covenant made with them, for I am Yahuwah, their Eluah. And I will remember their former covenant when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage before the nation, to be their Eluah. I am Yahuwah. Now, I want y'all to take a good look at this picture. You see this black child right here? Yashayahu, Isaiah 51, 20-23. Thy sons are the perplexed ones that sleep at the top of every street as a half-boiled beet. They that are full of the anger of Yahuwah caused to faint by Yahuwah Eluah. 21. Therefore hear, O afflicted one, and drunken, but not with wine. Thus says Yahuwah Eluah that judges his people. Behold, I have taken out of your hand the cup of calamity, the cup of my wrath, and you shall not drink it anymore. And I will give it into the hands of them that injured you, and them that afflicted you, who said to your soul, bow down, that we may pass over, and did level your body with the ground, to them passing by without. So even this right here is being spoken of. And he says that the cup of calamity and the cup of wrath, you shall not drink it, but he will hand it to the heathens. They will experience his calamity. They will experience his wrath. And as of right now, in current present day 2024, you're already seeing it. And it will get much worse for them. Trust and believe that. 46, these are my judgments, my ordinances, and the Torah, or the law, which Yahuwah gave between himself and the children of Yasharal in the mount of Zini, or Zinai, okay, or Sinai is what you call it in you know, the regular tongue, but it should be Sinai, okay, by the hand of Moses. Yahuwah is angry with the heathen, okay, for what they've done, and that's why the judgment is coming up on them, okay? Zechariah chapter 1, verse 15, and I am very angry with the heathen that combine to attack her, okay? And we're going to talk about that in a minute. You got to talk about the Psalms 83 conspiracy, of course. For as much as I indeed was a little angry, but they combined to attack her. Who? Yasharal, the bride of Yahusha, okay? For evil. Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah 37:16-17 in the Septuagint, and 30:16 in the KJV. And they that spoil you shall become a spoil, okay? And I will give up to be plundered all that have plundered you. For I will bring about your healing. I will heal you of the grievous wound, says Yahuwah. For you are called dispersed. She is your prey, for no one seeks after her. So those who enslaved you, those who made you captive, those who oppressed you, they will be enslaved. They will be oppressed. They will be plundered, okay? Yahuwah says, vengeance is mine. Leave it to Yahuwah to bring it, because he will. He says he will. Okay? And that's that. All right, family. So let me drop the link in the chat. If anybody has anything to say, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. You can just click the link here, and we'll bring you in. Let me just post this in the chat here. Click link to call into show. I'll just pin it to the top of the chat. Into show. Okay. There we go. All right. So I'm going to pin this to the top of the chat. And if you want to jump in and you have some thoughts you want to share, anything you want to share with us, we're happy to hear from you. I'll be on here for a little bit longer, Mashpaka. I'm trying to hold y'all until Shabbat's over, so we'll keep it going. B-Smurf says, I pray for forgiveness every day, and not only for me, but for my biological family and my extended family through Yahusha. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah, Aki. I think it's very important we understand that his mercy has been so good. You know, even though we don't really deserve it, right? Because we have been a rebellious, stiff-necked people, but I mean, I think he is, the Father has been so good and so merciful. You know what I'm saying? To remember the covenant he made with our forefathers, to give us another chance to get ourselves right with him. Frank says, thank you, Yexer, for another very educational lesson. All praises to the Most High, Aki. I appreciate you. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, man. I want y'all to hear this new song I did. It's called America Was Never Great. I might as well let y'all hear this. I feel like I've given y'all so many teasers for this album. All right, hold on. This is a new song. Probably not going to release this. This is going to be the only time I play this song because I'm saving it for the album. But it's a song I did the other day called America Was Never Great. Let me see if I can pull it up here for y'all. Okay. So this is a new song I did, and I'm going to let y'all hear it real quickly. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to let y'all hear this new track. Play it. Woo, let's go play it. Okay, I got y'all. I'll let y'all hear this. But it's the only time I'm going to play it, so it won't be out until the album's done. And honestly, I don't know, bro. Like, I got 7 songs done for the album. I want to do 16 tracks. So, you know, I still got a little more work to do. I was hoping I could have it done by the time the elections come around, but I don't think that's going to be possible because I'm taking my time with this album as I do all my work. So, you know, I'm hoping to drop it sometime next month, though. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely coming along. So I'm going to play y'all this song, and this is from Kwam Yasharal, the album. And by the way, when the album is done, we're going to definitely do another listening party when it drops. We'll just wait for it to finish processing. It was never great. They will never get us back to that point. Facts. We're not going to just willingly go whatever they're trying to do because, listen, I'm telling you, bro, these Trump supporters and these Europeans, they want to enslave you again. That is on their agenda. That is what they want. You know what I'm saying? And they would love to have it that way. But the difference here is we're not going to go along with that. Okay? Not us. Not the Negroes who know who they are. Well, you know, the black, I mean, I've heard like Charleston White with his goofy self talk about, I can't wait till they bring back slavery and we need to be enslaved again. You know, the tap dancers and stuff like that will stand by the white man, even in that kind of situation. But, yeah, they going to get it the worst kind of way if they think we're going to just go along with this. Because I'm not. It's going to be a whole revolution. It's going to be a Negro revolution like they've never seen. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, try to do what you want, bro. And you know what I'm saying? Some bad things going to happen to you. All right, family. So this is my song, America Was Never Great. This will be the only time I'm going to play this until the album drops. So just keep that in mind. Here we go.
Hey, Yexer.
Hey, they still lynching niggas, we still hanging from trees. In solidarity we stand, we all taking a knee. Ayahuah Most High, Father, avenge all our blood. To these nations, his wrath, it is coming like a flood. George Floyd ain't deserve it, Breonna Taylor, no justice. Let's admit that this country need deep in corruption. And you say you got commitment to the red, white, and blue. Let me break it down for you, yeah, that red, white, and blue. Hey, the red is our bloodstains and what we've been through. And the blue is color blue because they giving us blues. As a Negro, there's no way that I'll be back in the blue when they leave another Negro dead shot on the news. And of course, there's the white. What must I say about white? It is the God that they serve, it's created our plight. The ideals that at birth would only ignite our strife. White supremacy has had us in the fight for our life. America's killing us, she never was great. America's killing us, she never never was great. Father Yahuwah, they are killing us, she never was great. An unrepentant nation and they won't reparate. America is killing us, she never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. Father Yahuwah, they are killing us, she never was great. An unrepentant nation and they won't reparate.
Yo, another rapper sign, that's another rapper dead. Another fake Jew dangling money over our heads. Hey, I stand with my people long as I'm able to rap. They send money to Ukraine, give us all table scraps. There's a negative connotation being labeled as black. We Hebrews, but our identity has all been hijacked. School shooters in the news, they are mostly Caucasian, but they saying that we criminals, this fact is forsaken. We do not eat cats, that's racist towards Haitians, but Asians eat cats by their own proclamation. How many Negro babies on the lot in the womb? They promote baby killing just to lead to our doom. This black culture killing us created by Jewish, and they can't be the chosen, animalistic and brutish. Deuteronomy 28, look at verse 68. You will be scattered on ships and you become a slave.
America is killing us, she never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. Father Yahuwah, they are killing us, she never was great. An unrepentant nation and they won't reparate. America is killing us, she never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. Father Yahuwah, they are killing us, she never was great. An unrepentant nation and they won't reparate. Sundown towns, redlining, gentrification, hiding of black history, whitewashing everything, police brutality, injustice. This country was never great. Make America great again means make Negro slaves again.
Hey, Yaxter.
America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never was great. America is killing us, she never was great. She never was great. She never.
All esteem to Yahuwah, family. So all praises to the Most High. I'm really excited about this album. I think that there's a lot of things I tackle on this album where I just went off. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is the go off album. You got a little bit of that in my album already with like songs like All I See Is Edom and Don't Look Back and stuff like this. But this one, I did not hold back anything. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited about it. Putting it together and recording it and you know what I'm saying, making the beats and writing it. And somebody, shout out to Tasha. She said the snake in the back with the flag accurately displayed. Right. Because I wanted to put the snake moving because America is nothing but a nation of snakes. That's all it is. The United Snakes of America. You know, they can unite as snakes, not as a people, not as, you know, we treat everybody equally and fairly. No, it ain't nothing but a bunch of lion serpents. Because a serpent, only person blessed in America is Satan. Period. You know what I'm saying? But only what he can do for this nation that suppressed us can only go so far, because once Yahuwah starts judging, there ain't nothing that the snake or the serpent can do to bless this nation once Yahuwah has brought forth and decreed judgment. So, facts. All praises to the Most High. Kiara Earring says, war on woke vibes. It does kind of have that vibe, kind of, sort of, a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I think just as far as the truth being spoken and the things being brought out, I feel like the war on woke was like kind of me tapping into that revolutionary side of me. It is in me. I'm sure y'all could tell, bro, that like there's something in me that's kind of revolutionary. And I know when I say that to Caucasians, they might think I'm like, I sound extreme, but I don't mean it in that way. It's just that I know a lot about Black history. So it's like a Gentile or a conservative or anybody in that line of thought is going to have a hard time trying to tell me what they believe to be true is true, because it's not. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I read a lot of books. I read a lot of books. I've done a lot of study in Negro history, even before I knew the truth, right? It's just when I came into the truth, it kind of helped me understand why these things been happening to us for so long. I was able to, you know, kind of get a biblical understanding to why these things have been going on for so long. So yeah, all praises to the Most High. Tasha says, I don't think you have the same 20. I don't think you and I have the same 24 hours. I appreciate your work ethic. I mean, bro, I'm gonna be honest, family. Like, I do a lot of stuff. Like, I'm doing the album. I'm doing these teachings. We got another teaching tomorrow, the Lion Pen of the Scribes. We doing another episode. We doing episode 4 tomorrow. And I told you guys I'm trying to do as much content as I can. So I'm not saying I'm gonna go live every single day, but you definitely gonna get like at least 3 or 4 streams a week. And if I can do more, I'll try to do more. But I'm just constantly showing stuff, showing scripture, doing teachings, coming on live, because I know y'all really enjoy these shows and y'all always show up and show out. You guys are always very attentive to these teachings and stuff like that. And I really appreciate y'all support. Everybody that comes to the streams, comes to the shows, you know what I'm saying? Y'all give me a reason to come and do this normally. You know what I'm saying? If there wasn't nobody here, I would be like, bro, I ain't doing all of this. But y'all make it worthwhile in the end. So, and of course, for Yahuwah Yahusha. So all praises to the Most High. Facts, man. Putting in that work for real, fam. But sometimes I don't like, you know what I'm saying, all the work that goes into it because it takes a lot of time. But every time I come on here, y'all all make it worth it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all all make it worth it. So shout out to you guys for that. I actually have another video here I want to show you guys real quick. Let's see if I can pull it up. Let me show you this. Found this to be interesting. I want you to listen to these individuals.
Exquisite looking young lady. I know you've been told that, but isn't she a pretty girl?
A lot of people would see you as a sex kitten.
I was in love with her before I met her. How do you work with a Brooke Shield who is just barely, not quite 16, a youngster this age, and about a serious subject like lovemaking? How do you...
It just is another...
I mean, this white man is asking this little girl... Oh, boy.
Job, and I didn't take it seriously, like I was going to grow up to be a prostitute or anything. Well,
alone yet?
Just like a regular kid, I don't really. I do every once in a while.
Well, it's going to be tough for me to walk away from here thinking of you as just a regular kid, I'm telling you.
She's got a beautiful face, beautiful hair, eyes, nose, mouth, a beautiful body. I mean, she's incredible.
A beautiful body? Homie, what? This is Hollywood, though, y'all. This is Hollywood. This is what I've seen with my own eyes.
No ambivalence on your part about using very young teenagers?
So I'm a bad boy. What do you want?
You read here.
Oh, Father, help us. Somebody asked me a question. Where is it? Oh, Dabarya Aharon says, were you Christian before you came into the truth? Yeah, I was. I was definitely a Christian. I had been raised in it, right? I was raised in the church. So, I was in the choir and, you know what I'm saying? And I was around the musicians and, I was forced to be very active in the church. I never liked it, never wanted to do it, but I was always demonized because I wasn't, I saw something was off about it, but I was raised in it essentially. We went to a Kojic church, which is Church of God in Christ, and that was my life for a large portion of my childhood. My most vivid memories were church, unfortunately. But I mean, I was a problem in the church though, because I asked too many damn questions. I asked way too many damn questions, and they didn't like that I was asking questions. Like, cause I was young, but I used to talk to like older OGs and stuff like that. I always been around, I felt more closer to older individuals because I was so mature at a young age. And I was talking to this OG one time, and he was all like, how could his name be Jesus that there was no J back then? And I'm like, well, when was the J created? I was like 12 years old having this conversation with this OG. And he told me like the 1500s, early 15th century. I was like, So I went to church that Sunday. And I asked the Sunday school teacher, and I was like, how was his name Jesus if there was no J back then? And they're like, yeah, sir. Well, why would you ask that? I'm like, why? Well, answer the question. And they're like, well, actually, his name was Yeshua. I'm like, so why don't we don't call him Yeshua? Well, we know Yeshua is not the truth either, because that's also a lie. His name is Yahusha. Yahusha. The Sunshine Band. I sang in the Sunshine Band. Oh, sis, I remember that. We had a song, in the Sunshine Band, we do things together. In the Sunshine Band, we all have fun. I remember that. I remember. Bro, it's crazy. I still remember that song. You know what I'm saying? I really remember that. We used to go to West Angeles. I know you know West Angeles, Queen Raya. But we used to go to West Angeles and we used to sing, you know what I'm saying, at those little events. Because West Angeles always had events and stuff like that at night. I've worked with gospel artists. I've worked with Kirk Franklin. I've worked with Fred Hammond. I've worked with Donna McClurkin. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. A lot of them are gay. A lot of them are gay, bro. You know what I'm saying? They are gay. I ain't picked up that vibe with Fred Hammond, but Kirk Franklin and Donnie, they some sissies for real. They some sissies for real. And you might be like, yeah, sir. How you gonna talk about them, man? They work with you. You work with them. Well, I gotta call like I see it. Wickedness is wickedness, bro. And both of them are some sissies for real. Both of them are. They're very feminine. You can just tell that they are not into women, okay? I don't care what you think about Kirk Franklin. That dude, something is off about him. And I've been known from when I saw him, this dude is gay. I've been known he was gay from the very beginning, bro. Like when I saw him, bro, because we was doing this thing, right? We was, me and the children's choir I was with, we were writing a song that we were going to do for like this special service, right? And he was going to be working with us. And so when he showed up, bro, this dude had on some tight pants, tight jeans. And I'm like, this nigga gay. Cause I was telling somebody next to me, and I'm like, bro, this dude is gay. You know, like people was looking at me kind of funny because I was saying it kind of loud. Because it's like I wanted him to hear me. The dude was gay. You know what I'm saying? You could tell he was. Don't be fooled by the woman who he calls his wife. The nigga is gay. All right. I can tell you specifically he is. And we also did we did a song with Donna McClurkin on one of his albums. We did backup for him. I did backup for Fred Hammond. I used to really sing. I don't really sing no more like that. I do it every once in a while, but it's not really my thing no more. So yeah, I've been around some high profile gospel artists, and like I said, not all of them, but a good chunk of them are gay, and that's a fact. I actually got this funny story, bro. So there was this dude in the church, right? And I knew the nigga wasn't straight, bro. You just know, especially when you're surrounded by homosexuals in these churches, right? And he was in a choir or whatever, and whatever like that. And I was with this other child, right? And we were in the car because we were coming from an event and they were happening. It was him and his, I'm assuming his booty boy, for lack of a better word. And we were in the car, right? And he said something to the dude, and he was like, I guess they went to go eat or something like that. And he was all like, how'd you like the chicken? And just the way he said it was just the most gayest thing I've ever heard. And I'm like, bro, I was asking the child, like, bro, are they gay? He's like, no. I'm like, bro, they're gay. Them Negroes is gay. And then I went to my mom and I was like, Mom, are they gay? And she's like, yeah, sir, of course they are, but don't say nothing. I'm like, why? And that was part of the problem why I was seeing something wrong with the church, because you have all these sissies around us, right? You got all these sissies singing songs. And he's like, bro, we can tell you gay. You ain't even got to say it. Just by the way you hold the microphone and you got it all in your mouth when you hitting them high notes, nigga, I can tell you gay. But that was part of the problem, bro, with the church, because y'all laughing at me, is because I knew it was a sin. I knew about Sodom and Gomorrah. I knew about, Lot and all of that. I knew about all these things, right? We knew that this was an abomination to the Most High, right? But the fact that the pastor wasn't saying anything about these lifestyles is where I was like, hold on, bro. Now, I may not be the most astute Christian, right? Because, I still believed in Mashiach. I still believed in Yahuwah. I just didn't know the names. But I did believe what the scripture said, right? So I'm all like, well, I know who I call Jesus would not be okay with this. I know God would not be okay with it. Who I call God at the time wouldn't be okay with this. So why is the pastor not saying anything? Yeah, sir, we don't talk about the why? Bro, but why? And somebody said, but why? You know what I'm saying? It's always why. That was one of my favorite things to say is why, but why? And when I noticed that they weren't talking about certain things, and I just started to see kind of like the whole, like the church used to be about talking about hell, right? Or Gaya Hanam, what you call hell, or Gehenna. But then they just stopped talking about that altogether. Then they just stopped mentioning that altogether. Then they stopped talking about judgment altogether. And I'm like, bro, they are watering down what the Bible actually says. You feel what I'm saying? And the reason why they condoned it, consist, they condoned it because these gay homosexuals had talent. Noel Jones from City of Refuge, that nigga gay too. All of them is gay, bro. They all gay. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, I'm putting this on blast. I don't even care. Let me show y'all this, bro. So there's this lady, right? Her name is Yvette. I believe Yvette. What was her name? She's gay. And she's like a pastor. Hold on. Let me see if I can show y'all this real quick. Yep, here she is right here. So her name is Yvette Flounder. Okay? And this woman got the nerve to be a pastor married to another woman. I'm just telling y'all, this is what I'm talking about. These are the things I was seeing where I was like, nah, church ain't for me, bro. Church is not for me. So let me show y'all this, gang. I kid you not. This is how wicked this pagan Christianity stuff is. Y'all too scared to call out faggots. Y'all too scared to call out sodomites. And that's what this type of stuff. And it's a black woman. Okay? So let me show you this. Now, notice what it says, family. Notice what it says. Okay? LGBTQ Religious Archives Network. All right? And this is her. Dr. Yvette Flounder is founder and senior pastor of the City of Refuge, UCC, and presiding bishop of the fellowship, a multi-denominational fellowship of 56 primarily African-American churches. She was born and raised in San Francisco, California, in a middle-class family that was heavily active in the Church of God in Christ denomination. I mean, come on, dude. She looked like a whole man. A whole man, bro. Dude. Oh, you only getting baptized and you still lesbian? Come on, cuz. None of this makes sense, family. I'm telling you, Christianity is pagan. It's wicked. It's evil. They turn a blind eye to this sinful, lifestyle that these people are living. And you a black woman at that, my heart hurts for you. You know what I'm saying? Because, the judgment starts with the house of Yasharal, for real. San Francisco, right. That's a dead giveaway, right, sis? But even TD Jakes is scared to talk about this kind of stuff, about homosexuals, because he got a bunch of church sissies, in his church. Facts. Hold on. Let me pull this up, bro. That's what I'm saying. Now, I'll tell you that if you gay and you don't repent, you're going to burn, because the Most High calls that lifestyle an abomination. He don't like it. He don't rock with it. And it is perverted. Period. I'm going to tell you that straight to your face. I'm not going to water it down and say, but he still loves you. No, he hates all wickedness. He hates the wicked. It's not so much that he, where some Christians like to say, well, he loves the sin, but he loves the sinner, but not the sin. Nah, he hates it. Yes, Yahuwah does hate. He hates. And I'll show you in the scripture, Psalms 5:5. He hates all workers of iniquity. So let me show y'all this TD Jakes thing. Since we talking about, I don't know how we started talking about faggots, but let me show y'all this real quick. I want y'all to see how he kind of downplays the issue. When they ask him a direct question, how do you feel about homosexuality? He's like, oh, well. Let's show you.
LGBT community and the black church can coexist?
Absolutely.
Let me push that question, because that's sort of an obvious yes. Church ain't turning nobody away. How should the black church and LGBT community exist?
I think it's going to be diverse from church to church. Every church has a different opinion on the issue, and
It's an abomination. And that's the problem with churchianity. Different denominations believe different things. That's what I'm saying, homie. Yahuwah gave one Torah. One Torah. Okay, to the stranger that was with us and to the Yasharali, to the Israelite. One Torah, nigga. It wasn't separate Torahs and all this other stuff. So how the heck y'all following the Most High and y'all got all these different doctrines, bro? One Torah. Come on, say it with me, family. One Torah. One Torah. One Torah. One Torah, one Torah. That's it. It wasn't 2 Torahs, 3 Torahs, 4 Torahs, 5 Torahs, 6 Torahs, 8 Torahs, 9 Torahs, 10 Torahs. It was one Torah, one law. Well, not one law, but it was a law. It was written of different laws that were contained within this one Torah. Okay, that one Torah was a multitude of different laws as it applies to marriage, as it applies to sex, as it applies to children, as it applies to women, as it applies to men, as it applies to priests, as it applies to food, as it applies to how to worship Yahuwah, as it applies to his feast days. It was one Torah, one. But he over here talking about, oh, hey, we all believe different things. Man, that's cap. That's full-on cap. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, y'all.
every gay person is different. And I think that to speak the church, the black church or white church or any kind of church you want to call it, are all the same is totally not true. And all gay people are not the same. The types of relationships that are afforded are based on the types of people in each individual case.
Yeah.
And LGBTs of types and sorts have to find a household of worship that reflects what your views are and what you believe.
No, bro, this is what I'm talking about. This is that cookie donut, cookie crumb churchianity stuff. He's basically telling you, find a church that condones your sin. That's what he's saying. Now, had it been me, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to go to hell if you don't repent. That wickedness, that an abomination is a stench to the Most High's nostrils. Okay? It don't matter what you think. What you think has no precedence over what he said shall be. And there is judgment for these type of lifestyles. Because he created a man and a woman to make children. Okay? 2 men, 2 women, they can't make babies. All right? But for to the Yahudim, to the Yashuralim, oh, the judgment's going to be way worse because he gave you Torah not to do these things. That's what the heathens do. The Romans, gay. Egyptians, gay. Not saying all of them was gay, but definitely there was homosexuality in ancient Egypt. There was definitely homosexuality, bestiality with the Romans and the Greeks and all these other heathen nations. And this is the same man right here that convinced my mom to take the lollipop, family, because he did a whole what's the word I'm looking for? A seminar about why we should trust the lollipop, the VXX. Yeah, he the one that got my mom to trust in taking that goofy stuff. I'm just saying, bro, these people are dangerous. And by the way, this Negro right here is a self-proclaimed Igbo. Okay, so he is a full-blood Yashurali Israelite. But yet he over here teaching you pagan Christianity. But at this point, I think he's Black Boule anyway. I think he's a Mason. So I wouldn't be shocked if, he done denounced the Alua of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob a long time ago.
Like anybody else, and the church should have the right to have its own convictions and values. If you don't like those convictions and values, you totally disagree with it, don't try to change my house. Move into your own and establish that sort of thing and find some.
Yahusha said, repent, for the kingdom of Aluah is at hand. That's what he told the Talmudim, to go to the lost sheep of Yasharal and preach to them. Repent, for the kingdom of Elua is at hand. Okay, so you telling me not to change your household? I'm telling you to repent. You want to keep on doing butt stuff and burn in the passion of your butt stuff, then let it be so. But you're not telling these people that they need to repent. And I don't know if you in the butt stuff you was hanging out with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? He had his head all on your shoulder. So I don't know. Maybe you involved in this stuff. You were Freemason most likely. So you definitely was bending over, grabbing your ankles, and biting on the pillows. So I wouldn't be shocked if you was into that too. I'm just saying. Sorry, y'all. I know I'm being too much right now.
Somebody who gets what you get about faith. And trust me, I've talked to enough LGBT. They are not all the same.
Yes, they are.
Any more than all Christians.
No.
They all gay. They all gay. They all sodomites.
No.
But how do we, first of all, has your thinking evolved on this?
Evolved and evolving. Evolved and evolving.
Where were you and where are you?
I think that where I am is to better understand, the church bought into the myth that this was a Christian nation. And once you get past that, which a lot of people are going to criticize me because they're still going to think it's a Christian nation, which is a whole different show. But once you begin to understand that democracy and that a republic actually is designed to be an overarching system to protect our unique nuances, then we no longer look for public policy to reflect biblical ethics. If we can divide, or what you would call separation of church and state, then we can dwell together more effectively. Because atheists, agnostics, Jews, all types of people, Muslims pay into the government then cannot reflect one particular view over another just because we are the dominant group of religious people in the country.
Okay. So he is very, very good with using emotionally charged language and saying it in a very intelligent way. You feel what I'm saying? So he's all like, well, it's not a Christian nation and the government shouldn't, inflict a certain biblical ethic. But if we serve the Most High, we live according to what he said. Not what we think, not what we feel, but according to what he himself, Yahuwah, has said out of his mouth. Because if we believe he's righteous, if we believe he is the purest form of righteousness, right, then we shouldn't question that at all. Nothing the Most High did was out of unrighteousness. He doesn't work like that. Yahuwah does not operate in a unrighteous capacity. That's not something he does. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you guys this video, man, because this black pastor family, he went off on these homosexuals, bro. He went off on them. It was so funny, bro. When I was watching, I'm gonna try not to laugh so hard because it was just really, really funny. Let me see if I can find the video. But this is the type of stuff that we need to see to call these things out. You know what I'm saying? Some pastors ain't scared. Like Pastor Darby, I know he was a Christian. You know what I'm saying? But even though he was a Christian, he wasn't as scared to call these things out for what they are. And shout out to him. He called it out. He's like, they gay. He's like, everybody gay. Shout out to Pastor Darby, because he was one of the first ones that really woke our people up to who we are. So all esteem to Yahuwah. I don't think he was fully there. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as like being able to understand certain things about, like, because he was teaching that we didn't have to keep the law and stuff like that. So I think he lacked understanding in certain regards. But for the most part, I think he was on point. So give me a second, family. I'm gonna pull this up for you. We're gonna look at this. Thought this video was so funny. It was so hilarious, bro. So hilarious. So let me pull it up here. I'll watch this video. I'm gonna try not to laugh too hard, bro. Because it just really was funny to me what this man was saying. Oh man. Okay. Let's see. I mean, you don't really see this boldness I'm about to show you. You don't really see it too much in a lot of these modern day black churches. As I said, with the church I went to, certain people are scared to talk about certain things and upset certain people and things like that. But this guy was not having it. He had to speak about some things that some people weren't gonna like here. So let me see. Pull it up here. Give me a second. I gotta find it. I'm looking for it, y'all. Don't worry, it's worth it. That's why I'm looking for it, because it's really that funny. It's really that worth of a watch. Let's see here. Where is it? Hold on, y'all. Man, I can't find it, fam. Oh, Father, help us. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta find this, y'all. I have to find it. Where is it? Man, I can't find it, fam. Unfortunately, I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking, but I just don't see it. I mean, I don't know if it got removed from YouTube. That's always a likely scenario when it comes to the truth being spoken unapologetically. That oftentimes can happen, especially when you're speaking a little bit too much truth. For certain individuals, they get upset, take it down. There was even a video like this Nigerian pastor that was going around, telling Nigerian African women that if you take your clothes off, you'll be healed of every infirmary. And he's all feeling on their breast, and I mean, church is nothing but a big old joke at this point. That's all it is. That is all it is at this point. These televangelists, I mean, I feel like they're one and the same when it comes to these pastors. They're all compromised. I mean, that one, what was his name? Todd something, that like spit on his hand, and you know what I'm saying? Like wiped it on that man's face, and that Negro sat there and let him do that. I'm like, man, this must be a humiliation ritual or something. It's got to be a humiliation ritual. That's what it looked like, at least. I mean, why would you let that man do that to you? Like, you gotta hate yourself to allow that type of stuff to go off, like, or to even go on. Like, you gotta be crazy to let somebody do that to you. Yeah, I don't know where that video is, man. I'm gonna just leave it alone, no, because I can't find it. Bari Rahul Yin, Shabbat Shalom, fam. Good to see you. All praises to the Most High. To the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Yeah. But yeah, man, like TD Jakes is definitely he's leading so many astray. And as people ask me all the time, like, Yexer, how is it that these people can do this? How is it that they're able to do it if they really fear the Most High? And I'm like, that's the problem. They don't fear Yahuwah. They don't fear Yahuwah at all. They don't fear him. Their God, so to speak, is money. That's what it is. It is money, and it's not Yahuwah. Because when you serve Yahuwah, there is nothing that takes precedence over him. But then again, also, many of them have taken an oath to Hashatan. And they know if they say too much or they step out of line, they're going to come for them. So it's certain things that's keeping them in place. And a lot of times it's blackmail. There's certain videos they probably got of you being involved in some extracurricular activities, if you know what I'm saying. And they can hold that over your head. It's a lot of things that they can do to make sure you stay in line, for real. Yeah, facts. Facts. Yeah, I've always thought that church was nothing but theatrics to me. I never felt real power from it. And the power that I thought I was feeling was just something else. Is this the video? Let me see. Show y'all this one.
And God said to me, here's the problem. You guys in the church can be so hypocritical. He said, in the African-American church, you really got to be careful. I said, what do you mean? He said, because you are guilty of condemning the Supreme Court system and preaching against something. But if you look at half of our choirs.
That's where you definitely find a lot of that homo stuff is the choir. The two great places of drama in the church and where you find the homos is the church choir and the church kitchen. Them two places right there. That's where the demons love to dwell. I mean, I'm talking about aside from just the church itself. I'm talking about them two locations. That's where the devil really be at for real.
And a great number of our artists that we call abominations and we call demons, we demonize and dehumanize the same people that we use, and we don't say nothing about the gay choir director because he's good for business.
Facts. Bring it out.
As long as the choir sound good, I ain't saying nothing about his sexuality. We have done what the slave master did to us, dehumanize us, degrade us, demonize us, but then use them for our advantage. It's hypocritical to talk about the Supreme Court and calling them Sodom and Gomorrah, which is not what it's all about. But if that's the case, half our churches have been Sodom and Gomorrah for 100 years.
Thanks, bro. He's speaking some real stuff, gang. And this is not the video I was talking about, but I am enjoying this, though.
He told me, boy, you got to examine yourself. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, on one hand, you quote homosexuality is an abomination from Leviticus. But you say that right after you ate some shrimp, some catfish, and some lobster.
I mean, I'm wondering if we dealing with a Yahudi right here. I mean, obviously he's a Yahudi, but I'm wondering if he know he a Yahudi because he's speaking some facts, bro.
You quote Leviticus while you're wearing a wool blend suit. It's also in Leviticus that you shouldn't wear mixed linens.
Bring it out.
It's in Leviticus that if your wife is on her cycle, that you shouldn't go in the same house with her or even sleep on the same bed with her. That's in Leviticus too.
Oh, what? He reading the Torah? What? He quoting Torah? All praises to the Most High. He quoting Torah over here, y'all.
My point. We pick.
Somebody said, where is this church? I wish I knew, sis. I still can't step into a four walls with, I don't know if they got the pagan Jesus in here. But I rock with what he's saying, though. I do.
And choose the scriptures that we want to use to beat folk up with. rather than look at our own lives.
Why does he talk like that, bro? Like, why do pastors always like, I know there's somebody in this room that need to call on Jesus. I know. I don't know zoology. I don't know astrology. But I know this. Jesus. 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 That's how they always preach, bro, in the church. I probably did that way too well, family. I grew up in it. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's keep going.
Let me tell you something. If God wanted to judge America, he wouldn't need the Supreme Court system. If he wanted to judge America because of sin.
Hey, we go in the wilderness. Hey, I promise y'all, we going to be preaching about Yahuwah like that with that fire in our belly. You know what I'm saying? Come back to Yahuwah. Come back to Yahuwah. Come back to Yahusha. Facts.
He would judge me in 88 at the Freaknik in Atlanta. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me.
Buddy Cole says way too well.
Look at your neighbor and tell your neighbor, I don't condemn you. I don't judge you. I'm going to preach Christ to you. Because you can't evangelize and antagonize at the same time.
Come on now. That's a fact.
You cannot insult and inspire the same people that you insult. I thank God that Jesus went to Samaria with a woman who had some sexual identity problems and didn't preach condemnation. He just preached Christ. And our greatest missionary opportunity is going to be finding those who may be struggling to say, I'm not better than you, but the same grace that saved me, the same blood that let me come is the same blood that you're going to need.
Yeah, he's speaking some truth. All right, now, I was talking about theatrics, right?
Jesus. Cheated, talked about, I've been mistreated, I've been up, I've been down, I've been leveled to the ground, I've been stabbed, I've been prosecuted, but through it all,
That's what I mean by theatrics, fam. That's what I mean. And you know, that's what's his name? That Black Boule sellout. Y'all laughing. It's hilarious, right? That's that Black Boule sellout, Al Sharpton. You know what I'm saying? A dude that just lost 250 pounds overnight, and now his head is bigger than his whole body. That nigga. But family, this is what I was seeing, sis. Okay, thank you, sis. Shout out to you. All praises to the Most High. This is what I was seeing in the church where I knew something was off. I'm like, bro, y'all do this every Sunday, like every pagan Sunday. And I'm just like, look, if the Most High is using you and the Most High is speaking through you, the Most High, there's not a predictable behavior when it comes to Yahuwah, right? Of course, we know his righteousness. We know how he operates. We know the way in which he moves, right? But when he speaks through somebody, right? Like if you look at Eliyahu or Elijah, his experience with Yahuwah was different than Samson. When Yahuwah didn't speak through Samson, but he moved through Samson through his great strength. When he spoke through Jonah, it was different than when he spoke through Jeremiah. He deals with each Yahudi differently. The strength that Yahudi has is what Yahuwah utilizes for his purpose. Okay, you feel what I'm saying? So there's no way under the dome, family, that every single pastor in the church preaches the same, sings the same, and does the same, spin around 2 times, slap your neighbor, and y'all save kind of stuff. That stuff gets old and tired, bro. And it's not real. It's fake. It's they're taught these things. They learn it just like y'all saw me do it. It's because I've been raised in it. You feel what I'm saying? And I shouldn't do it that well, but I used to be a singer and all that stuff, right? But I learned it because I was around it so long as a child, right? Sometimes I'd jump on the organ and play the keys, whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's something I learned and I picked up on in this, being in the pagan church, right? But y'all see the way that I come to Yahuwah and the way that I bring forward Yahuwah. Yeah, we have fun, we joke like we doing right now, but y'all always see, bro, when it's about Yahuwah, I'm so serious about it. It's not something I play around with. That's why I'm bringing out these teachings. I'm bringing out the truth. Yes, exactly, sis. You know, Yahuwah says that your gifts will make room for you. Yahuwah gives all gifts to all men. All right. Obviously, the Yahudi, there's a purpose in the gifts that he put inside of us, right? So he always uses what he gave you for his purpose because that's what it should be about, correct? Every time I come on here, family, I'm always, you know, we get to business, we get into teachings, you learn some stuff, you get educated on some stuff, or if you already know these things, it's just more clarification, it's more confirmation by the hand of the Most High, right? So I don't take it as a game and I don't take it as a joke. Some people do, and that's part of the problem. Because y'all have like this like soft understanding of Yahuwah and how he works, but you know, when it comes to Yahuwah, bro, it's not something I play around with. It's not a joke to me at all. It's been going on for years. I was brought up in this mess, right, sis? And you know, it's sad because it's like my mother, for example, family. She been in the church since she was little. You know what I'm saying? They were like raised, born and raised. We all my family born and raised, bro, in the church, like period. And after all these years, especially when you think about what happened in 2020, 2021, right, with the whole pandemic, that should have been enough to wake people up, right? You know, they had Joel Osteen and these televangelists, Benny Hinn and all these other clowns, Creflo Dollar, all of them, right? They always show you videos of, you know, the name of Jesus and, you know, people getting healed and all that, walking in with a cane and then, you know, throw the cane on the floor and now all of a sudden they can walk again, all that, right? They believed in who they called Jesus for so long, right? That he could heal them. You know, somebody walk in with a cane and now they walk out without a cane, right? Y'all say y'all believe in JC, right? But when COVID come around, y'all no longer believe it looked like because they shut down the churches. They just complied, okay? They didn't say, oh, no, we still, you know, the Most High is still in the healing business. We not going to turn you away. We going to believe that whatever this is, he going to heal us, right? They didn't do that. They closed the churches. Where's this Jesus you believe in? And that's one thing I noticed, family. A lot of these people that said that they believe in the Most High and say they got faith and all that, I didn't see none of that, bro, when they closed the churches down. I didn't see none of that during this pandemic. All I saw was a bunch of fear. And that's why I couldn't really get with a lot of people because I knew Yahuwah in that moment. And I never, you know what I'm saying, fell for the propaganda, never wore a mask, never comply with any of this stuff. I never comply with any of it. But so many people who say they believe in the Most High, or who they call God, they were completely stifled by this propaganda. I'm like, stop watching the news. I mean, if you think about like the Amish people, you think about, you said Joel Osteen is such a weird looking dude. He looked like, bro, he looked like, what would I call it? Bro looked like a goblin. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like like, you know, like the face, you know, he got the pointy little goblin ears. You know, that's what he looked like, a tall goblin. But so many people said they have faith in the Most High, family, and they all took this thing, including my mom. Speaking of which, let me show y'all this. And like I told y'all before, family, TD Jakes did a whole thing about the VXX. Get Negroes to trust this. Look, let me show you. Let me show you. It's not a game. Look at this. Conversations with America. Can we trust the C to the V to the D to the 1 to the 9? Okay. He had a whole bunch of Negroes on here, you know, getting behind it. He had Fauci on there to get Negroes to get behind it. Bro, it was the most, and then it showed him in the video getting the thing. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up for you, fam.
The steps you would have ordinarily taken that you didn't hear, and why should the American people trust this vaccine?
All right, we're going to stop it right there. So look, you got a black woman. You see what I'm saying, family? Listen, some of our people have been compromised, family. Some of them have been compromised. Now, let me see if I can show y'all this other video. Look, he got this young Yahudi right here to get people to trust it. So when you see black faces, you're going to be all like, oh, we good. These are our people, man. No white man telling us to get this thing. Look at that, a young black man, all right? So he got all of these different individuals to get on camera. And then, of course, he got this Edomite right here to tell you, oh yes, please take it. Please take it. So I want you to understand, when it comes to the programming of the Black community, it's not so much just rappers and influencers and stuff like that. Sometimes it's not that, bro. Sometimes it's the church, okay? The church is another way to steer the Black community, family. All right? That's a fact. And let me show you this. It's the next thing I'm going to show you. They use the church to control you just as much as they use...
First, let me say it was a very slow decision for me.
Hold on. Let me fast forward this, because it is literally a video of him getting it with his wife. And he was all like, oh, well, I chose to do it because, I mean, I'm high risk because of this and that and this. And I'm just like, bro. Where's the video at? Wait, what's this say? That's all it takes, unfortunately, for Negroes to just kind of follow suit when it comes to stuff like this, because they so influenced by these Black pastors. And that's what I'm saying. Church is a form of control too, just as much as the celebrity culture, just as much as everything else. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a video. They really got us controlled, family. It's crazy. I mean, not me, not y'all, but I'm just saying the Negroes. And this man, I feel like too much has been exposed about him for anybody to be listening to what he got to say about this. I don't know if maybe the video might have been removed. It's a possibility. And that's funny because people went to go get it and they still ended up getting the damn C to the V to the D. That's crazy, gang. Churches require the VXX to attend services. Crazy. All right, somebody just called in. Let me bring them on. What's up, Ak?
Shalom, brother.
How you doing?
Oh, surviving, brother.
What's good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, surviving, brother. You see my description, going through hard times, brother.
Okay, listen. If anybody, I mean, right now, some people, it's, you know what I'm saying, it's Shabbat right now, so we're not supposed to buy or sell. But if people want to donate to this Ak, feel free to do so. But I think it's, you know what I'm saying, next time you come on, please don't make it about you. All right. But if you need help, you know what I'm saying, you drop your Cash App. I'll put it in the chat, but don't ever do this again. But I'm gonna be nice today. All right. Hello?
I'm here.
What's your Cash App?
SH. I put it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this guy right here, man, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or nothing, but he does do this a lot. Now, if y'all feel in your heart to help this brother out, I'm gonna drop his thing. All right. If it's Shabbat, just wait until afterwards. Okay. But I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying, be on some funny type of stuff like that. He's on a lot of channels asking for help. All right, Ak, well, listen, don't make a habit of that. All right. Do not make a habit. I'm gonna be nice. And I put it in the thing. If you feel led to do it, then do it. If you don't, then don't. But he's done this before. Okay? He's done this before. He came on my channel talking about, he didn't even have nothing to say about what we talking about right now. He's like, oh, brother, I need some help. I mean, we all need help, family. We all need help. But I'm going to just tell you, he got a history of doing this. Okay? So if y'all feel led to, I'm not going to take that away from him. If you feel led to do it, then do it. But take it to Yahuwah first. And definitely don't do it on Shabbat. I wouldn't do it on Shabbat. All right? But I'm just letting you know, he does this a lot. Okay? But I'm still not going to take that away from him. Anywho. I mean, I hope you all right, brother. I wish you the best. All right? But please don't come on my show and make it about you when we talking about Yahuwah. All right? That is period, point blank. All right? And on Shabbat, You don't ask nobody to give you anything, okay? Because then you're trying to encourage people to break the commandments, and we don't do that over here. We wait until Shabbat is over, okay? Just understand that we got a certain way we do things, all right? And again, if you need help, you need help. I'm not going to take that away from you if that's really true, but I just noticed you do this a lot, all right? So please don't try to run us over like that, all right? All right. Somebody said TD Jakes don't look well. Sis, when he was getting the thing, he was like sweating really, really hard. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought that was strange. I'm like, what the heck? You're trying to advertise this as a good thing, and why are you sweating like that, man? I mean, he was sweating so terribly bad, family. I was like, this can't be real. And, he's probably giving a placebo or something. Maybe it's because he's overweight. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, the way he was sweating was just, like, concerning for real. Let me see. Yeah, I can't find a video of him getting the thing. But I was exposing that, like, quite some time ago about how he was just so willing to go get it and tell everybody else to go get it. And they did everything they could to scare us. And let me show y'all this. Just in case y'all don't remember the propaganda that was being pushed on us. Where is it? It was Arkansas. There was an ad for the VXX, right? The snake bite. I want y'all to look at this commercial, family. This is the type of pandering they always do, and it reminds me of like what they've been doing every political season. Every time there's a presidential election come up, they do this all the time. Let me show y'all this, family. If this isn't disrespect and shows you how they feel about us, because I mean, they're doing it right now in the political season. But watch what this man says, okay? This man was trying to get you to take the lollipop, okay? I want you to listen to what he says, okay?
During the pandemic, my lifestyle drastically changed. My income came to a screeching halt. You have to understand, I'm a hustler. I'm a legit entrepreneur. I sell things. I come in contact.
I sell things. He's talking about DRUGS, okay? This is racial pandering, family. Because you got a Negro that you handed some dollars to, right? To basically promote slanging, right? We supposed to just run and take the lollipop. This is how they think of you, family. They always use stereotypes to try to reach out to you. They always use stereotypes to try to get you to, go along with whatever agenda it is. This is how they feel about us as a people, family.
Contact with people all the time. I have to stay safe. I didn't have a choice but to trust the vaccine. If you live the type of lifestyle that I live, you out here in these streets and you hustling, an entrepreneur like me, why not do it safely? So I want everybody to take this seriously. Take a shot at staying healthy. Get the vaccine.
Okay, family. We gonna stop it right there. I can show you guys. I might have to do a Rumble. If I were to go deeper into this, it will require a Rumble show because there's be so many things I could show you guys of all the racial pandering they did during that time. I got a whole reel of different videos on how they were using Negroes and using certain terminologies to try to get you to go along with this. I'm gonna show you one more example, but I got a whole bunch of them I could show you when it comes to that thing. So let me show you this. I know we're talking about something totally different, but it's okay. I'm going to show you this. Wow. All right. Now, this man uses a Tyler Perry, that fruit bowl. He gonna use a daughter of Zion using, basic racial type of, I won't say racial, I'll say kind of like Ebonic type of language to get us to trust this. So let me go back and we're gonna go to this black woman. Okay? And y'all know he kind of got the black community in his hands. I mean, not me. I'll rock with him. I don't watch his movies. Why would I want to watch a man dress up like a woman? I don't find nothing funny about that. And all of his movies are toxic to black men and black women. Okay? Garbage, trash. Do not support this homo. Do not support his movies, his production, none of that. He's trash. Okay? But take a look.
What the virus looks like and found out that there are these specific proteins in the virus, one of which is called a spike protein. And I call the spike protein the gangster spike protein because that little gangster spike protein, that's the one that gets in your cell and makes you sick. And so this is what the technology did. This is so dope. So what they did was they said, what if we made a vaccine that was just an mRNA coding only for that little gangster spike protein? And what if we could introduce that into your body, right? And then have your body develop an immune response that then remembers and recognizes it when it actually gets the virus, right? And so the way that it works is I kind of like to think of it as your friends and your homies in your neighborhood, right? So you get this mRNA vaccine, right? It's wrapped up in this little lipid layer that gets it into your cell. Once it gets into your cell, this vaccine, it's the contractor. So it tells the cell, we're going to make these spikes. You start making the spikes, right? But then your body goes, whoa, wait a minute. This is not supposed to be here. Let me call security. Let me call in, all my people. And that is your immune response. So you have these cells called macrophages. They come in to swoop up the cell, but not before your body sends a message to some of these immune cells, like your T cells and your B cells, to create that memory so that when you see this virus come after you later, then you know what to do. So I kind of think of it like, when something happens later, you already got the vaccine and you have these antibodies waiting for something to pop off, and you got the T cells looking around to see what's happening. Then you get hit with COVID, right? But the T cells remember now. They have some memory, right? So they're going to sit back in the cut and be like, oh, that is not who I think it is. And then the antibody's been waiting for something to pop off.
Okay, I can't, family. This is what they do. Okay, this is what they do to the Negro. Like they play with us like we fools, like we stupid out here. And then, I'm sure y'all heard about Kamala Harris. What's she gonna do for the black man? Okay, here, I'll legalize weed for you. Like, what do we look like to y'all? Babylon gonna burn, family. That's it. I'm done. I ain't got nothing else to say, family. I get irritated by these videos because what that tells me is these heathens think we stupid. They think that they could give us little bits of bells and whistles, you know what I'm saying? Little bits of crumbs off the white man's plate, and we gonna just sit there and just go along with it and be okay with it and chill with it and be like, well, they care about it. How do y'all niggas not see this? And I'm talking about niggas that's still in this system, still in Babylon, still want to vote for Trump, still want to vote Kamala. They use racial stereotypes. Let me show you one more thing. One more thing, family. America first. Now, America first, is it America first? Hold on a minute. Let me see. It's some kind of event for the conservatives. I think it is. No, Turning Point USA. That's what it is. I want to show y'all where the location is and who they got performing this year. I think this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. So Turning Point USA has never, it's a conservative event, family, okay? So keep in mind who's going to be there, okay? It ain't got nothing to do with Negroes, but because Negroes are starting to say, I'm going to vote for Trump, well, they have an interesting lineup for this show. Let me see if I can find the ad thing here. Hold on a minute. I'm going to show you the location, and I want you to also look at who's performing at this event. And I don't know if it passed already. I don't follow it. I don't care. But let me see. I want you to pay attention to the location it's at as well as who's performing there real quick. I find that to be very, very interesting, family. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull up the ad. Little advertisement they were doing for it. I don't know if it's Turning Point USA or if it was something else. Maybe it was America First or something like that. Let me see. I'll find it. I think it was Turning Point USA. Let me go on Twitter real quick. I'll find it there for sure. Yexer, what the hell she been smoking? Man, beats me, fam. Just the things that was coming out of her mouth is crazy, gang. Okay, let's see here. So is it this one? Yeah, I think this is it. AM Fest, America First Fest. So, you know, typically Negroes are not performers at these events because it is mostly Caucasians that will be, you know what I'm saying, performing or, you know, performing there and all that other stuff. But in a change of events, they actually have a different demographic that they are pandering to this year, which I find to be very, very interesting here. Let's see if I can pull this up. Turning Point USA. So let's see here. See, they don't mind using Negroes as long as they can establish and get the white man in office, the face of white supremacy. They have no problem standing with Negroes and, you know, being nice to Negroes. I mean, they still, I guarantee you, man, to all these Negroes, it's Trump 2024. They might act like they like you, but how many of y'all, give me a one if y'all saw the video of a black Trump supporter being beat up by a bunch of Caucasian Trump supporters. Give me a one if y'all saw that video. That should be a wake-up call to Negroes, period. But, you know, they don't want to hear me. They don't want to hear it. They always get upset, get angry when we talk about the fact that this is how they all feel about you. Like, but y'all don't want to hear it because, you know, you believe Trump's going to do something for black people. And by the way, like I said, Trump ain't said a damn thing he going to do for us. So I'm still trying to understand how exactly you going to vote for the dude. He ain't even said he going to do anything for you. I'm just saying. He ain't said a damn thing he going to do for you. But yeah, there was a video of a Trump supporter being beat up by Caucasian Trump supporters. That should be a wake-up call, but unfortunately it's not. Okay, y'all did hear about it. Okay, yeah, there was a video of that taking place, and I think that was a very, very clear message being sent to Negroes about them people. But you know, again, like I said, they don't want to hear it. So, yeah, like I said, I just think what's going to happen is he'll get in office if he gets in office, right? And I think that a lot of Negroes are going to get to a point where they say, well, if I would have known this, I wouldn't have voted for that. And I'm like, nigga, it's too late. It is too late, bro. We told you, but you didn't want to hear it. You was told America ain't racist. And now it's too late now because they didn't told you it is. I cannot find this flyer, family. Let me see. Rappers perform at events. I don't know if it's Turning Point USA or it's one of those things. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. Maybe it is CPAC. I don't know if that's it though, but I'm gonna try. Let me see. CPAC. It's one of these events, bro. Nope, that's not it. Damn. Can't find it. It says, I feel like this so-called selection is going to get things kicked off with the wars and fights nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom. You know what, Aki? I feel the same way. I feel the exact same way. I believe it's going to set off a huge chain of events. I think it's going to be one thing after another. I believe it's going to get so bad, bro. I believe it will get so bad, bro. That it'll get so bad to a point where it'll just be like a snowball effect. That's what I do believe. I do believe it's going to be like a snowball effect. It's just going to be one thing after another, and it's going to be hard to really. They're going to have us so distracted. Yeah, I do believe it's. I believe it could happen prior to this situation, or it could happen maybe shortly afterwards. But I've heard even people say things like that they think that there's not going to be an election at all. I don't know about that. I think there will be one, but there may not be. I'm not going to say that there isn't either. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe it's something coming. That I can tell you for sure. That I can for sure tell you that something is definitely coming. I mean, you've never seen this type of political pandering in your life. You've never seen this before. This is a whole nother animal. This is something totally new, something totally unprecedented in American history when it comes to the Negro, right? The Negro's always been last in everything, right? But somehow, some way, his vote matters that much. The Negro woman's vote matters that much. If we really just a minority and we ain't really nothing, why do y'all need us so bad to vote? Why do y'all want us to vote so bad if we really ain't nothing? I'm just saying. That tells you that you're more than what they're telling you. They just don't want to admit it. But you're not 14%, 13% of the population, what they tell you. That's a lie. None of that is true. That is not true at all, because if you're 13% of the population, then why the hell does your vote matter so much to these people? On both sides. I'm not just talking about one of them. I'm talking about all of them. You're not 13%, 14%. You're way more than that. And the fact that they are trying to get you to vote so bad proves you're not. The fact that it matters so much to them, it proves that you are not 13, 14% of the population, or, whatever they're saying you are. All right, fam. So I'm going to pull up this thing here. Found it. All praises to the Most High. Look at this, family. Now, as I said before, I find it interesting at these conservative events, they normally don't have rappers. I'm going to show you who's performing at it, and I'm going to show you where it's taking place at. This is very interesting. And this is a conservative event. Look at this. USA Concert Series, powered by Turning Point Action, Rich the Kid, and Jack Boy. Now, I don't know who none of these Negroes are at all, bro. I don't know who they are. But what I find interesting is they have 42 Doug and 5-year-old Foreign. Now, I heard of his name, but I don't know his music, and I don't know who this Negro is. But look at where it's at. The Masonic Temple in Detroit, Michigan. Now, it's passed already. It was September 20th, 2004. But family, Masonic Temple? What? What? Family, do you see that? Wait, let me see if I can get a bigger image of it. What is it? USA Concert Series? Let me see if I can get a better image of it. Hold on. USA Concert Series. Like I said, at conservative events, they typically do not have black rappers. They typically don't. But for this one, they do. And of all places, it's at a dang Masonic temple. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to try to see if I can get a better image of it so I can show y'all this. USA Concert Series. 42 Doug. 5-0 Foreign. I don't know what happened. I can't seem to pull up that event. I'm trying to get a bigger flyer, but I can't find it anywhere. Which is kind of weird if I'm being honest, but y'all saw it though, bro. It said 42 Doug and all these other individuals at this thing with Jack Boy. Let's go to the website, usaconcert.com. Let's go there. I mean, I know the event already passed and everything, but I'm just curious to see if I can get a better image of it so I can show y'all this. Okay. It's the website. Yup. This is it. Okay. Let's go to the website. So one of the events was at this Masonic temple, as I had mentioned to you guys before. The one Masonic temple is the one that is in let me see here. The one with it was the one with 5 again. That Detroit was September 20th. So this one of the places performed at Detroit, Michigan, in a dang Masonic temple. Actually, be in if it was actually in the still very interesting to say the least. Maybe it was outside the Masonic temple, possibly. Okay. And like I said, family, this is a conservative Masonic temple. 500 Temple Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48201. What's I taught the conservative forward, also conspiracy theory, so to speak. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Nothing about it is a conspiracy. Nothing about it is a conspiracy at all. It's all true. You feel what I'm saying? Breaking up. Yeah, I know, sis. It was doing that a second ago, but I'm back. They believe Project 2025 is a conspiracy theory, and it's not. Most people who say that it's not true, they literally haven't even read the document. I have. I've read it. It's true. It's real. Okay? And if you look at what's going on in America right now, bro, you're seeing it. You are seeing it. Okay? They want to put the Ten Commandments in the school with the Christianity version of the Ten Commandments. That's one thing. Trump said he's gonna protect Christians. That's another thing. Okay, they want to talk about we want to ban woke. That's in Agenda 2025. Why do you think they're curtailing all Negroes into supporting Trump? Wake up. Never trust your enemy. Never trust your enemy. Yeah, sorry about the audio, y'all. Every time I try to get into deep stuff, that's what happens, but it's okay. Anyway, fam, you know what? We've been on here for 4 hours. I think I'm gonna jump off. It's been a good show. Shabbat is pretty much over. Actually, it is over. It's completely dark outside, bro. Time be going by so fast, family. That's crazy. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do, bro. Because every time, like, when I'm trying to load up stuff, right, or I'm switching between windows, sometimes it just gets a little weird. You know what I'm saying? With the audio and stuff like that. So next time, I'm gonna just probably, I gotta figure out something else, honestly. Maybe I need to use a different browser. I've been using Brave browser for a while, but I feel like Google Chrome works a little better than Brave browser, in my personal opinion, because I never have this problem when I use Google Chrome. Probably Firefox. I'm gonna try to use a different browser so we won't have this issue anymore. Because I mean, I hate it when it like breaks up. When it does that. Not for me yet. I'm in California. Oh, okay, yeah. So you're like 3 hours behind. 6, 5, 4. So like 4 where you at right now? When you bringing out the truth, it gets to acting up. It gets to acting up. Facts. I don't know, bro. I'm gonna just try a different browser, bro, because I just think Brave browser is not that good, in my personal opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try a different browser next time. Y'all stay safe. One love, Zion. Yexer, we love you, Aki. I love y'all too, man. All praises to the Most High. Okay, fam. Well, I'm gonna jump off of here. All esteem to Yahuwah. Shalom.
Hey, Yahuwah's Yahusha.
Hey, Yexer.
You think you're Uwa and you're Usha, you can miss me with that. Our religion man-made, yeah, I hit him with that. And your Uwa is your Usha, yeah, that's clearly a fact. And the Trinity is pagan, you can miss me with that. Miss me with that, you can miss me with that. Lawless pagan Christianity, you can miss me with that. Sassy Borgia, Sissy Jesus, you can miss me with that. Miss me with that, you can miss me with that. Ay, your Uwa is your Usha, manifest in the flesh. And so many don't see it cause they stiffen their necks. To say your Uwa is your Usha, get you completely attacked. And the scriptures lay it out and so succinctly exact. When your knowledge truly lack, it can swiftly distract. You off track if you on empty where your faith was intact. And wisdom from your Yahuwah hits and makes an impact. Instead of praying to your Yahuwah, you make your place into track. And your Yahuwah is the Father and your Usha the Son. And no Trinity or duo cause they both stand as one. Ay, Shama Yashara Yahuwah Alua Akkad. Bakar Yahuwah Balaki Bana'u Kasad. And your Yahuwah said he gives his esteem to no other. Manifested in the flesh, shed his blood and he suffered. And your Usha's name itself means your Yahuwah's salvation. Reject Yahusha, reject Yahuwah, yeah, it leads to damnation. And your Usha said, if you see me, you see the Alua. Read John 10:30, yeah, Yahuwah's Yahusha. You think you're Uwa and you're Usha, you can miss me with that. Our religion man-made, yeah, I hit him with that. And your Uwa is your Usha, yeah, that's clearly a fact. And the Trinity is pagan, you can miss me with that. Miss me with that, you can miss me with that. Lawless pagan Christianity, you can miss me with that. Sassy Borgia, Sissy Jesus, you can miss me with that. Miss me with that, you can miss me with that.
Hey, Yexer.